The best FIFA 20 players in the world have been brought together again as some of the top-ranked competitors from the 6 major regions around the globe. They will fight to be crowned king of their continent in the FIFA 20 Summer Cup Series from July 17th through August 9th. Who will reign supreme and dominate their corner of the planet? Stay tuned on twitch.tv/EA Sports FIFA to catch all of the action.
Hello and welcome to the FIFA 20 Summer Cup Series Oceania. My name is Kyle Walker and we are nearing the start of day 2 of the tournament. But before we get into all that, let's have a look at what went down in day 1.
The best players from Oceania lined up at the start of the FIFA 20 Summer Cup Series with a clear goal: to be crowned as the king of the region. The first game was a delight even before the first whistle.
Caesar, that's Rune Hully, just onside.
Futwiz Marco, who is seen as one of the best, if not the best, FIFA player from Oceania, had to face Jazz, one of the most talented players in the region. The series started with a close match. Both players had the chance to take the advantage, but in the end, it was Marco who won the first match 2-1, and who shut down the series with an identical score in the second leg. The first match of the second series started with Greek Freak being a real tsunami, hitting Sarge's defense over and over again. Greek Freak showed no mercy, and after a 4-0 in the first game, it was Sarge's turn to show what he can do. For a few minutes, it seemed that a comeback was possible, but a win with 3-2 just wasn't enough for a victory.
Oh, Eusebio from the kick.
That's exactly what he needed to do.
Greek Freak continued his amazing form and managed to win with 2-1 the first match, but Marco proved again that he is one of the best players from Oceania, and he managed to overturn the score in the second leg 2-0.
Like this game could potentially suit him. However, there could be an early goal in it. Weak for Cristiano Ronaldo. Someone else who's deadly in front of goal. Chance for Marco! And that's what he needed. And who else would it be than the Piemonte Calcio man, Cristiano Ronaldo?
The losers met in the fourth match of the day with the hope that they will find a way to stay in the competition. Unfortunately for Sarge, the series had no history.
With the first chance of the game, with Kevin De Bruyne back inside, back to De Bruyne and into the back of the net.
And Jazz started to attack from the first minute.
Lovely little turn on the ball, it's gone through the legs of the player.
After a convincing evolution and a lot of goals, Sarge was defeated with a convincing 5-1. In the last match of the day, Jazz and Greek Freak met in the decider match to win a place in the playoff losers semi-final.
I think he had space to attack.
Oh no, oh no. Offside trap that shouldn't have been played. Into one, oh! That's the mistake.
And it was a great duel. Both players were tactically well prepared. They studied each other for minutes, and the outcome was a 2-1 victory for Greek Freak after an immaculate defensive game.
What a day it was yesterday at the FIFA 20 Summer Cup Series. Oceania, Futwiz, Marco, and also Greek Freak going through to day 3 tomorrow. But we still need to find out our other 2 competitors, and we will do that today. Yes, on day 2. Hello and welcome. My name is Kyle Walker. I'm also joined by Mike LaBelle and Jake Barford. And Mike, I want to start with you. Day 1 was good, but day 2, it is going to get better.
I would go as far as saying day 1 was great, so day 2 has expectations to live up to. I want at least equal to day 1, but I'm good if we improve on that too. Like, I have no complaints in that regard, but I thought we had a really successful day 1. Lots of goals back and forth. We had the drama, the tension. You felt it in the room, the emotion, you name it.
You definitely did. Now, that last game between Greek Freak and Jazz, Jake, final few moments, we saw Jazz make a mistake. He handed the win to Greek Freak, which means he goes through to day 3. I mean, we had all of that drama. Today, it needs to match that level, doesn't it?
I think it will. I think we have a great group of 4 players today. We're going to start with, honestly, what could be the premier match of the day between Jamie and Honey Badger, and we'll get into talking about that in a second.
Yes, we will. Right, if you are at home and you're thinking, I want to play some competitive FIFA, well, you can do that, yes, with the PS4 Open Series. You can do it from the comfort of your own home, can't you, Mike?
Absolutely, you can do that indeed, and it runs from March 30th to the end of the year. PS4 tournaments are weekly competitions for all skill levels. Compete against your friends and rivals for unique rewards, and make sure you're competing online for the prizes, ranging from unique game-specific dynamic themes and avatars to in-game currency and cash prizes.
Yeah, and you're going to be joined by Brandon Smith, Richard Buckley for the weekly broadcast hosted by PlayStation, where you, the competitors in the PS4 Tournament Open Series, will be able to show off your skills to your friends and compete for that sweet, sweet cash.
Yes, you are. So make sure you go to compete.playstation.com and you will be able to sign in with your PSN, and then you can make your way to your PS4. You can sign up and you can find exactly how you can do it on the home screen right there. It brings you to the events tab. You select an upcoming event, and then you can register and link your account within a few seconds, and then you can prepare to play. There's 4 weekly qualifiers, 1 monthly final, and that will determine our monthly champion. And who knows, we might see you right here at a FIFA 20 Summer Cup Series in the future. Now, guys, we're here, we're enjoying ourselves, but everyone at home as well, we want to hear from you, all right? So make sure you do join in that conversation. It's at EA FIFA Esports, and you can use that hashtag Summer Cup Series, all right? Make sure you do get in touch. Make sure you let us know your thoughts. The players want to know as well. We want to know your opinions on how the day goes down, so make sure you do get involved. Join in that conversation. Right, let's have a quick discussion about day one. Group A, we saw what happened. We saw that FUTWIZ Marco and also a Greek Freak, they made their way through, didn't they, Mike? But what a day of FIFA it was.
And it wasn't as straightforward as you might think. If you weren't there for day one, even though you see FUTWIZ Marco 2 wins, no loss, you get to come back in both of those games, and both of those series. And then we always knew it was going to be the battle between Greek Freak and Jazz for the most part. I was saying earlier, I thought Sarge would have put up a little bit of a better fight because he just joined 564 Esports, which is an organization that's kind of comprised of both streamers, and you have a coaching staff, and just every time you get your first opportunity at a tournament, you want to make sure you put on for the culture, or put on for the new team that you're representing. I don't think anybody would necessarily be shocked that we're seeing Marco and Greek Freak go through, especially not Jake, who took Greek Freak as his breakthrough player. Well, he's definitely listening to Jake Weller. They got some insider trading. I don't know how you knew what you knew, but Greek Freak looked good. He got better game to game as well. And we talked yesterday, we did some interviews, and Greek Freak was saying that he's going to go back and watch a lot of the games back, and then watch who's playing today and try to get as much insight as possible.
Now we have our first 2 competitors that go through to our grand finals day tomorrow. And we need to find who, and that is going to happen. Who is heating? Let's have a look at Group B right here. FUTWIZ Jamie, Honey Badger, DW Dylan, and A Nizar. Now, looking at these 4 players, we can see that FUTWIZ Jamie takes on Honey Badger in our opening game. Jake, this looks like it could be a great day again.
It really could, and like I already said, I think the first game is going to be one of the premier matches. Yesterday, I kind of chose Greek Freak as that breakthrough player for me. Today, I'm looking at DW Dylan. I think he's going to have a big one. I'd like to see him potentially make an upset over FUTWIZ Jamie, who I think is the clear favorite for game 1. But overall, it's a really good group, and it's very evenly matched skill-wise and global series point-wise, as we saw to day 1. The points kind of all even out, and I think we're in for a huge day here.
Yes, I think we are indeed. Now, Mike, we talked a lot yesterday about this region, how they all share, they all support, they're all together, but coming up against each other today, they're not going to be the best of friends, are they? Let's just say that. They're all going to want to win, and that will start with FUTWIZ Jamie and Honey Badger. They're going to want to get that first W to kick off the day.
And sometimes when you're playing people that are your friends, it matters even that much more. I don't want to hear about how I lost to you all year long. I don't want to be in the WhatsApp group. Don't send me memes. None of that makes me a happy camper. So it might be good friends for the majority of the year, like you were saying, but when it comes down to competition, there's only going to be one winner. And even more so in this region where you're looking at global series representation, they don't have many spots. So these guys are used to meeting up with each other. And if you're winning, if you're qualifying, that means no one else is.
That is very true. Now, as you just saw just there, we will kick off the day with FUTWIZ Jamie taking on Honey Badger, and then we will go with DW Dylan taking on A Nizar, which will be a great day. Then we have our winners matches, our losers matches, and our deciders matches. But this one is what is going to kick off day 2 of the FIFA 20 Summer Cup Series. Oceania, FUTWIZ Jamie against Honey Badger. Jake, we're not coming to predictions just yet, but how do you think the game will play out? Are we going to see lots of goals in this opening match?
I think we will. I really think we will. Two great players. We have FUTWIZ Jamie coming in as the first seed in the E-League over in Australia, and Honey Badger's 4th. So they're very close, and they're very familiar with each other's play styles. So it should be high scoring, but also a very, very close match. And I wouldn't be surprised if we see another one of those games that comes down to the wire. And Jamie comes in as the favorite, but Honey Badger is a great upset pick for this one. I'm not making predictions yet, but that's all I'll say right now.
Mike, I need your insight. I need your knowledge. I see the videos you're putting out there. I see the grind. You know this game back and forth. You know these competitors back and forth as well. What is going to happen?
I feel like Jake was pulling a Spencer Owen there, and he was just riding that fence. He was sitting on the fence. He said good things here, good things there. I'm looking forward to this matchup. I don't want to get too far ahead of myself, but I definitely think an upset could happen. And based on everything that we saw happen in the day 1, no clean sheets, back and forth action, a lot of goals were scored. We didn't have a bunch of cagey affairs. Maybe the only cagey affair was the Jazz versus Greek Freak matchup towards the end of the day, and that was a decider matchup, and we felt it a little bit. But most of them were pretty open, back and forth play, a lot of space to work with, which is what you love to see in FIFA.
Jake, you said you wasn't ready for predictions. I've given you 30 seconds. We need them right now. All right, let's kick off the day. What is your prediction? Who's winning this one?
You know what? Yesterday I made the mistake of betting against FUTWIZ Marco, so I don't think I'm going to do that today. I think I'm going to pick the favorite for this one. I'm going to go FUTWIZ Jamie. I think it's going to be close. I think Honey Badger would be a great upset pick, but I'm going with Jamie in this one.
And Mike, who are you going for?
I'm going against the grain. I think this is going to be the upset. I think Jamie's going to start slow. Both these guys know each other really well. They exchange information, tactics. They're in all those shared group chats. I think we're going to have an early upset to start the day. So I'm going, like I said, I'm going against the favorite this time. We need to see an upset. We were close yesterday with Marco. He just was able to make those comebacks. Maybe Honey Badger is going to be able to take his experience because he has so much success throughout the last couple of years in the international scene. FIFA 20 just wasn't one of those years where he put together his best collective in terms of his package or his FIFA package.
Right, that was Jake and Mike's predictions. Let's hear from our casters. Yes, Richard and Brandon. Richard, good morning. I know that we're in the same city. We're not far from each other, to be honest. Who are you going for this morning, mate?
Yeah, I'm doing well, thank you, Kyle, this morning. I am going to... This is quite a rarity. I'm going to agree with Mike LaBelle. And I think I fancy Honey Badger.
Not many people do.
in this game. I think if you look at the two players, obviously Jamie's had a better FIFA 20, but we know what Badger can do. And in a one sort of... This is a big game for him. This is arguably his biggest game of the entire year. The biggest name in Oceania. I think he wants this, and I think Badger's going to take it.
Brandon, I need a quick answer from you. Prediction, FUTWIZ Jamie or Honey Badger?
I think it's got to be FUTWIZ Jamie. I think out of the 8 players that were involved in this tournament, you had Marco that was a top name, but on top of that as well, FUTWIZ Jamie has been that sort of name that's been doing so well. It's his best ever competitive year this year in FIFA 20. So I expect him to push on, make it to that day 3, make it to that final day, and kick off with a big win here.
Right, I am going with FUTWIZ Jamie as well. And all that's left to say is, Richard, really nice headset right there. It's over to you guys to cast the game.
Thank you very much, Carl. Yes, here we go then. Day 2 of the Oceania Summer Cup Series is here. And Richard, we're kicking off with an absolute cracker. A player that used to play for FUTWIZ in Honey Badger and a player that has played for FUTWIZ for many, many years. But as I alluded to just a couple of seconds ago, having the best year of competitive FIFA to date.
And I was talking to Honey Badger, and I think as sort of people who might not really be that in-depth with FIFA esports, I think we're all forgetting about one person. And it's not his teammate, MS Desari. It's not his manager. It's his coach. Who's been coaching Honey Badger? Enzo. This man is a genius in comes of FIFA esports. And I think if anybody's going to be able to develop a game plan to get through this tournament and to win some prize money for Honey Badger, it's Enzo. And I'm looking forward to seeing what they have been cooking up in this period of sort of lockdown.
Just a quick sort of recap on how both of these two have got on this year in competitive FIFA. Jamie, 20th in the world, he finished up the Champions Cup, number 2 out in Bucharest. It was a top 16 finish for him there, and probably the best ever for Champions Cup we've seen Jamie play. And then followed it up with a top 16 finish at the E-Club World Cup, obviously partnering alongside his good friend and teammate in Marco. They lost to 11s in that round of 16. And of course, you can't forget E-League champions with Sydney FC. It's been a year to remember. And hopefully he'll be thinking to himself, let's go that one step further and pick up that $10,000 prize pot in just 48 hours' time. On the other side of that, hasn't been able to sort of make a global series event other than the E-League for Tundra Honey Badger, a player that actually made the grand finals, Rich, if you think back to FIFA 18, whilst he was playing his FIFA under a different team. A handful of teams has Honey Badger. Footwiz, Hashtag United, now playing alongside a world champion in MS Desari at Tundra.
Absolutely, yeah. I think if you look at sort of Honey Badger, he's with the poor performances by his own standard in the last couple of years. He's contemplated if he really wants to do this, if FIFA's something, if the fire's still burning, shall I say, inside of him anymore. And I think this is an opportunity for him in this tournament where you don't have to whittle it down to one player, as Mike and Jake were saying in the qualifiers, where everyone has to play against everybody. And to be honest, especially on the PlayStation 4, when you have to beat Footwiz Marco to qualify for an event in terms of the actual qualification process in Oceania, it could be sometimes demoralizing as well. It's a little bit like in Europe when Tex is in the qualifiers. Some players will say, yo, we've only got 7 spots up for grabs because Tex is guaranteed to take one of those spots.
This could be the first chance in the game for Footwiz. Jamie, shot comes flying and it will bounce back to R9, and eventually danger will be cleared up just about, but not for too long. It goes straight back into the path of Jamie. Kevin De Bruyne, that team of the season so far variant with his in-game item in use here. If you don't know the situation with teams and you missed day one, Richard, just to run people through it, how are people using their ultimate teams for the Summer Cup Series?
Yeah, just a little bit of insight. If this is the first day that you're watching the Summer Cup Series, every single player who qualified was able to select 23 lone players. This was a one-game lone player item. Any single player on the game was available, so Prime Icon Moments, Foot Birthday, Team of the Year, Team of the Season so far, they were all available. The players got to select their 23 allocated players, and this is the teams that they are playing with. If you already had, for example, a red Team of the Year Cristiano Ronaldo, then you're able to use him. It's you're playing on your own accounts. However, some players, such as Footwiz Jamie, are an Xbox player, therefore meaning that when they come over to PlayStation for this PlayStation exclusive tournament, here the Summer Cup Series, it means that everybody's playing on a level playing field.
And hopefully that clears up any confusion. I mean, it's a great way that EA have tried to do this as well. It opens up the question for next year, what could happen? In terms of just giving players that even playing field in online qualification, potentially. We'll look at both of these teams, though. Obviously, Footwiz Jamie in the Footwiz strip from left to right. A huge long ball from Furlong Mendy into Cristiano Ronaldo. Any sort of difference I can see between the two teams so far, Rich, is the right-back choice. You've got Honey Badger, who's gone for Trent Alexander-Arnold, of course, the team of the season so far variant. On the other side, we're looking at Zambrotta.
Yeah, the prime
fullback.
Prime Icon Moments, Zambrotta in at right back. I know I was speaking to Jamie yesterday, actually, and he was saying that if he was able to, and if he was able to grind the SBC, he would have taken Franck Ribéry as one of his players in his squad, but he didn't want to waste one of the 23 allocated spots on Ribery, but he values that player very highly as a potential sub, the Summer Heat Frank Ribery. 5-star, 5-star, unbelievable stats across all of his attacking and sort of playmaking abilities. And I certainly think that given if he would have been able to unlock the SBC on the PlayStation, he would have been able to take it.
Certainly one of the players we've been able to see quite a lot with this Summer Heat promo. So many good items just coming out of the woodwork. A couple of them have been sprinkled into a few of the benches of players across the Summer Cup Series events we've seen so far. Remember, 6 of them in total, a 23-day period of FIFA esports we are looking at here for $228,000 in prizes. Of course, this is our second tournament of 6 with Oceania. We saw Group A yesterday. We saw our 2 players progress into our final day, which will be tomorrow. That was Greek Freak FIFA via the loser bracket. And the man that got it done in just 2 individual games was Futwiz Marco. Really good performance from him yesterday. I'm sure he'll be watching his teammate in action today in Futwiz Jamie, praying that he can do the same. We approach the first half interval. Not too much to cheer about. There's been a sort of few half-cut chances where Jamie's been in the possession sort of around this area on the pitch and just trying to find that threaded through ball into the likes of R9 or Eusebio. The 2 of them just trying to link up together a little bit better.
And this is what we expected, really. 2 players sort of cancelling each other out. Badger, when he's been going forward, passing, being a little reckless, shall I say, in the final third. But on the defensive end, he's cut out all of the through balls and the double taps that Jamie's trying to be executing in the final third. And so far, approaching half-time, really not much to separate the 2.
This will be the last chance of the half, Richard. It will fall to Honey Badger if he can get that ball forward. The problem is here, look at the amount of shirts back for Jamie. Is there a way through into R9? It will go. Virgil van Dijk was there. And that should do us for half-time in this one. 0-0 in our first game of today. And really, not too much to cheer about. We haven't even seen a shot, I believe. Well, we have seen one. One on target there from Jamie, who had that shot. 4-2-3 in action. As expected, the Ruud Gullit, Kevin De Bruyne combo in CDM. They certainly can play it. Some players, yes, they are preferring sort of those players to get more involved, get more in front. We saw that with Jazz's 4-3-3, which is sort of unorthodox.
Both players as well, I believe. Vieira at centre-back. Something that I've really enjoyed about the Summer Series is the live face cams from the players. Seeing the reaction, real genuine reactions from the players. And the celebrations when scoring, to despair when conceding. It's something that I think adds a real personal touch to the broadcast.
Into R9. This is Honey Badger now. Lovely. Oh, that's beautiful. The La Croqueta to find the original space. You might not have had any shots in the game, but if that's your first one, who cares?
Class finish from Honey Badger at that near post. And let's say something. That R9 prime icon moments Ronaldo's not even alone. That's his own Ronaldo foot item. He owns that.
What was the rough price tag on him again?
It was like 15 million.
Millions.
Pretty much flat out. It was extinct for a very long time. I'll just do a quick check right now on my PS4, and yeah, he's extinct. I can't find him.
He could be for 2 now, Richard. Chance now for Kylian Mbappe. Here is Honey Badger, but that is how clinical R9 can honestly be, guys. We've seen it not just in Oceania, we've not just seen it in the Summer Cup Series. We've seen it for such a long time of how deadly that Brazilian is in front of goal. First chance, first proper chance from Tundra Honey Badger to get the ball forward. A little cheeky La Croqueta around the corner. And outside of the foot finish from R9 into the top corner. 1-0. Honey Badger will lead.
It's all about the Lakaketa in the final third. One of the only skill moves where you can execute the skill move, and if your opponent doesn't actually defend the right way, you'll fly past them.
Jamie looking to get straight back into the type. Eusebio wanted to do a drag back, but unfortunately for him, Virgil van Dijk is there. And I mean, that's sort of been the staple of all of the defences, hasn't it, Richard? Virgil van Dijk has been absolutely class over these last couple of events.
Yeah, whoever you pair him next to, it seems as though that 99 Van Dijk is a staple in every single team, whether it's Vieira, Maldini, alongside him. The 99 Virgil is an absolute warrior at the back. Leader.
Sort of just the anticipation as well, Richard. He seems to be everywhere at the right time. There's another prime example of it there. I mean, he's even happy to get forward if you want him to.
He sort of... You never really see him sprint either, because he's always in the right place at the right time. He's graceful.
Mountain of a man as well, that sort of custom built body that he does have in FIFA 20 just separates him from the rest of any defender. 20 minutes left in this one. You can see a pause cued by Honey Badger, maybe a chance to get some fresh legs on or just to see out this tight 1-0. Jamie trying to build into it. He's got to be patient, get Mbappe on the ball, and that's exactly what he's going to do. And he needs to find another option from there. R9 back to goal, fake shot around the corner, wants to get a shot in. Defended by the Belgian, who was happy to get back, and that's what we've been talking about. Players like Kevin De Bruyne at 99 overall, team of the season so far. The man can get forward, he can defend, he can do anything. So yeah, it seems.
De Bruyne is the most well-rounded player in the entire game. At 99, Kevin De Bruyne truly is remarkable. You can play him fullback, you can play him striker. Literally any single position on the pitch, he could play there and he could do a remarkable job.
This is nice, isn't it? With all the skills, it seems, in the box. Back to Eusebio, half a drag back again and again. Eventually, the bounce back does fall to Patrick Vieira. He's found himself in its centre-back. A handful of teams.
Honey Badger's defended really well, but I also don't think Jamie's really being too penetrated in the attacks either.
Do you know what I honestly think it is as well, Richard? I think Honey Badger's sort of... He's got his own way of playing, hasn't he? He's got his own game plan, so to speak. Quite a slow start in the first half. Didn't have a single shot. It's like when he goes forward, he's only going to take that chance when it's 99% perfect. Other than that, he'll control the game. I think he'll just try and take the sting out of the game to play against. You can imagine for someone like Jamie, it is quite frustrating. But I definitely agree with you. We haven't seen too much from Jamie getting forward. I could change a custom tactics even. A different game plan to maybe sort of instruct some sort of constant pressure at higher depth to put pressure on Honey Badger.
Well, he does have a second leg as well. Let's not forget that. You don't want to go too aggressively. There's no point going sort of team press now when it's only 1-0 with 5 minutes left to play in the first leg, because if you concede now, it really puts you up against the wall, whereas you can take a 1-0 deficit into the second leg and know you've got an entire 90 minutes left to win the match. You see Ribery there as one of the substitutions coming on here for Honey Badger alongside Ben Yedder, also on the bench. See, I was against Ribery in the end. I went with Pele and Neymar instead.
Yeah, keeps Ronaldo on the pitch for a split second, like he was going to be coming off. It's one of those, when you got that good of quality on the field, you have to have a good sort of reason or an excuse to sub a player off. That if you've got a team of the season so far, Neymar. And Pele. You can 100% agree with that change. Just 5 minutes left in our first leg of today. Honey Badger does lead by a 0-0. That goal came from R9. Just as the second half did kick off. Cristiano Ronaldo nearly was subbed off for Franck Ribery. That's summer heat item, 94 overall. Is it a case of seeing the clock down for Honey Badger, or is he going to have one more attack?
Building into it.
He's
See
gotta
that
be
little
patient.
space?
He's got to try and find that ball into R9. It's all about getting it into the danger man. Keeping possession out on this right-hand side. Lovely drop with the shoulder. Elastico into Neymar. This is where he can be deadly. And who else is there? Virgil van Dijk with a knee. Just to say, no thank you. Get that ball cleared.
That'll do us.
And you can see the frustration there from Footwiz Jamie. Not a first leg. I can imagine was too enjoyable there. We do finish in our first game of today in day 2 in Group B. Honey Badger with a 1-0 lead. And to be honest, I know I predicted Jamie. I know you predicted Honey Badger. I think out of all of the games across yesterday and what we're going to be seeing today, this is one of the hardest games to call, because I honestly would say forget the Global Series rankings. Forget what that says. You've got I'm looking at about 76 space gap between the two in the Global Series rankings. But head-to-heads, man for man, like, these two are on par. I think if they play 10 games, it can also be 5-5.
Yeah, I also think you need to look at Jamie's moving across to a console that he's really not that familiar with. So it's going to take a little bit of adjustment. We always say, look, the game's exactly the same, but the controller is different. There is adjustments there that you do have to make. He's also playing against a player in Honey Badger who potentially knows that, look, I've not had the best of seasons. He's a very honest man, is Honey Badger as well, when he talks about his own performances. If he doesn't play good, he will tell you, I played rubbish that game. I deserve to get beat. So he knows how much this sort of means to him. Even looking long-term, potentially a contract with Tundra. This could be a performance where if he wins this Summer Series Cup in the Oceania region, he could get a re-extension. This could be sort of make or break, really, for him. He knows how much of an impact this could have as a knock-on effect for the rest of the season moving forward into FIFA 21 as well. So I think there's a lot riding on this. I think there's more to gain in terms of the whole package for Honey Badger, in my personal opinion, than Jamie. I think Jamie can hold his hands up and say this been arguably the best FIFA season that I've ever had. I am absolutely flying at the minute in terms of everything, in terms of my FIFA ability. Moving forward to FIFA 21, he's in an unbelievable place. And I think Honey Badger knows I have to win this. Do or die.
100% with you on that, Rich. I think look at what Jamie's done this year, and again, I'll give credit to him where it is 100% due for me. You look at what he's achieved this year: E-League champion with Sydney FC, top 16 finishes, a handful of events, 60,000 followers on Twitch. We've seen him being absolutely smashing it on Twitch recently as well, and raised over $8,000 for the Australian bushfire disaster as well. So a huge sort of well done on everything that he has achieved this year, whatever happens in the Summer Cup Series. Again, as we said, we've got a second leg to come here. We'll have a look at some of those highlights in a second. There really wasn't too much to see other than that R9 goal, in all honesty. But I definitely agree with you. We're at that stage of the year now where you've seen it already online. People dropping out of FIFA esports. Players getting released from contracts. It's that really difficult time for any FIFA player. It's like, what is my future?
Absolutely. This was the only goal of the game. You see that little stop there. And then the Le Croquette around Van Dijk, just to give him that little bit of space, R9, and that tiny bit of space is all he needs to fire it in to the near post. Near post is the way to go this year in FIFA 20. If you've not worked that out as of yet, if you still play Weekend League, try shooting at the near post, and I'm sure you'll have a lot more success.
Just a quick word as well on the other players that are involved in this one. We've got DW Dillian and A Nazar, two players that have also made FUT Champions Cups this year. They will be in action in a little while indeed. However, before we jump into this game, I think we caught up with Honey Badger before the Summer Cup Series to find out how he's feeling coming into this tournament. And as you can see, a little bit about this man. A first LAN event, Richard, cast your mind back. I think it's when we got started in FIFA esports. FIFA 17 out in Sydney and one of the regionals there. Favourite in-game FUT play is Vieira. First game he's ever played of FIFA was FIFA 2002. Best FIFA players in the world, MS Desari and Tex. I mean, he's got to say his teammate, hasn't he? It's Tundra Esports.
Yeah, you have to, as we are about to jump into the second leg here between Honey Badger and Footwiz Jamie. You can see Jamie's team on the screen right there, Ronaldo leading the line for the Footwiz man. And a massive second leg, only 1-0, all still to play for.
Well, here we go then. We are underway for the second leg in our first game of day 2 of the Oceania Summer Cup Series. If you have just tuned in, Honey Badger currently leads by a goal to 0. Kicking from left to right, whilst, of course, Jamie of Footwiz kicking from right to left here. And if you are wondering what happens if you win or what happens if you lose, if you win, you continue your run in the winners bracket and you'll be 1 win away from moving into the grand finals tomorrow. A loss, though, will take you into an elimination tie. Which, of course, as we saw yesterday, we said goodbye to Sarge FIFA and Jazz. Plenty of FIFA to play here.
Important to note as well, we do have a losers bracket in action, so the loser of this game will play the loser of the match coming up between Dilla and Nazar. The winners face off against each other. If you win the winners match, you're automatically through to the final, where you'll be taking on Footwiz Marco on Thursday. And the victor of the losers final after today will be facing Greek Freak FIFA.
Certainly setting up an exciting day 3 already, Richard, and we've only just got started in day 2 of what could happen. Looking across the board as well in this group, every single player involved in the E-League, and I think that's one thing that we've sort of come to see, how good the E-League has been out in Australia. It's a global series event. There's global series points on the line, a lot of LAN experience. It seems like the way to get in to competitive FIFA. I mean, you've got to be very, very good to get a spot in the first place on Xbox or PlayStation. But when you've got that experience, we're looking at people that finish in the top half of the E-League this year who are playing in global series events, such as the Summer Cup Series. Chance now for Honey Badger. Back to goal R9, an Elastico from him, a drag back. It's R9. Oh, that is absolutely beautiful.
Class finish from R9 right there. Beautiful play on the edge of the box. Drag back into that left-footed strike. I'm probably asking questions of Allison because he did get a hand to it. But too much venom on the strike from Ronaldo. Firing Badger into a 2-goal lead.
See no smiles or anything from Honey Badger there. It's all business for that man. Jamie with a difficult challenge ahead of him now. Whatever in-game tactics and player instructions that Honey Badger is using, he's just been able to sort of control the game. If I can see Jamie just trying to recompose himself, get himself back into the swing of things. We know he's a great FIFA player. We've seen what he's achieved this year.
Absolutely, yeah. I think something that I'm sure I'll be able to find out. Both Footwiz players, Marco and Jamie, I'm not too sure about the coaching situation. I'm not sure if Dan's maybe on a call with them or talking to them, but Footwiz Dan does play quite a big part in the coaching of both players at events. We saw Marco sort of deal with it yesterday when he was losing and then getting back into the lead. Eusebio flashing that one wide, but I'd be intrigued to find out if there is anybody there talking to the players, Jamie and Marco, if it's just maybe in between the legs, the chat amongst themselves, both of the players.
You got to think as well, Dan must be feeling like, when am I going to next see my players? I mean, what?
Absolutely,
it was back in
February,
sort of
weren't
Paris
it?
and Milan. Yeah, we saw the last live event. I'm sure we'll be following the boys. I saw him in the Twitch chat yesterday supporting the team. Some amazing things in the world of FIFA esports, especially this year. It seems like they sort of raise their game year after year, Team Footwiz.
Yeah, absolutely. Not only the quality of the players themselves, but also just the entire sort of team mentality, really at the top of the game right now.
They've also, as well, Richard, always had like an interest and a passion in the Oceania region. They've picked up players through the academy system that they run. They've had Jamie on their books for a really, really long time. You know, Honey Badger was a previous player as well on there. Marco. Yeah, the list goes on. You saw the players that they picked up this year in the European scene. They have been made to make a really big impact. So I'm sure they'll be praying that Jamie can find a way back in this one. R9 drops the shoulder. The skills are out. And it's so hard to defend when R9's running at you and he's just doing every single skill move in the book.
Yeah, beautiful step overs there into the Elastico. Jamie really struggling here to sort of break down that white wall of shirts at the back. See De Bruyne and Hullet just sat in front of the back four.
This is nice. This is nice. What a save.
Edwin van der Sar, take a bow. What a save.
That was the chance that Jamie's been holding out for. Fantastic first right-footed touch there. And Kylian Mbappe, but an even better save from Edwin van der Sar to keep him out. To keep the score at 2-0 for Honey Badger. A punch at the front post. From literally, you would say, the Flying Dutchman. Will only give the ball back to Jamie on the edge. What's Inhidi with just 5 minutes left in his half? Great touch. Mbappe with it towards the near post. And it's an unbelievable save again.
Nice starting to see Jamie rallying here. 2 chances back to back. Edwin van der Sar equal to both, but it will give Jamie confidence.
Fantastic tackle. Great tackle, Virgil van Dijk, to get another attack going. R9 back to Mbappe. Can't find a way through because Vieira is literally on his toes. You know what a big Arsenal fan Honey Badger is. Vieira, one of his favourite players. I'm sure he's delighted that he's involved in his starting 11 for the Summer Cup series. Well, be careful though. Not to concede a third. It would certainly end the tie. 2 minutes have been played. He's just got to get a touch on the ball as Jamie. It's a long ball clear. Half time. 2-0. Honey Badger still leads on an aggregate scoreline. But better from Jamie. 2 really good chances. Of course, 2 fantastic saves from Edwin van der Sar. But that's something he's got to be proud of, Richard, because he can create chances and he's been able to create chances.
You could say 3 quarters done as well in the second half here of the second leg for Honey Badger, leading 2-0. You've got to think the next one that Jamie has, the next chance, goes in. With the chances that he's created, he's being aimed closer and closer. If that fell to R9 as well, instead of Cristiano Ronaldo, probably a goal on Ronaldo's left foot with the 5-star weak foot that R9 possesses, or whether it's any of the players that he has in the attacking third. Foot birthday Mbappe as well, probably just score that.
It's one of those though, isn't it, Richard? We saw it yesterday and we'll continue to see it again, I'm sure, today, tomorrow and over the next couple of weeks. I remember it yesterday, Marco. Who did Marco score with on his own? Just one play. It was R9. He's not the only one. Honey Badger here, 2 goals of R9. He's the out-and-out striker, of course. That goes without saying, but he just seems to be the one that's so clinical in front of goal.
I'm saying, why is he not hit it with the outside of the right boot? It's a finish that Cristiano Ronaldo has hit so many times this year. You get it on the right boot, and he just outside the right boot into the top corner. It's one of the most reliable finishes on the game. On this occasion, he hit it with his left foot.
And that's the beauty when you are someone like R9 or a handful of icons on FIFA 20 that offer you a 5-star weak foot. In front of goal. Right, we're back underway. 45 minutes now for the Honey Badger to see out this result and continue his run in the winners bracket. Then he'll be 1 win away from booking a place in day 3 of the Summer Cup series. If Jamie was to lose this game, he'd drop down into the loser bracket and be waiting patiently for his next opponent. You have to think, Richard, 1 more goal for Honey Badger would close out the tie.
Without doubt, and this could be it, actually. Mbappe down this left-hand side. Look for the cutback inside the box. Then Mbappe just runs into danger there.
Virgil van Dijk, the man that once again is called upon. to deal with the danger for Jamie. I was trying to say danger and Jamie in one there. 55 minutes on the clock. Still 2-0. Question is, when are we going to see an attacking change? He knows he has to go out for this game. This is nice from Jamie. Good area here with Cristiano Ronaldo. Has to be patient, has to make the right decision, and just that sort of small little delay there that Honey Badger made him go into.
He backed off, didn't he, with Patrick Vieira, so he made sort of Jamie's mind up for him. He forced him to take another touch and look to shoot at the near post, and so much space opening up for Kylian Mbappe.
This could be 3, this could be game over. Mbappe makes it 3 and makes it a mountain to climb for Footwiz Jamie.
It all came up the other. Yeah, he waited, he deliberated, he didn't know if he wanted to shoot or pass. Vieira managed to steal the ball back. 3 passes later, Mbappe's in on goal, bearing down, and just smashed it past Alisson. To put Honey Badger 3-0 up.
Not even cracking a smile. Mr. Tundra, New Zealand FIFA player. It's all business for him. 3-0 he leads. Obviously, Jamie changing his tactics now. You can see where the gaps are starting to appear. It could be 4, it could be a lot worse. Eusebio dropping the shoulder. Hit away by Vieira, but for how long? Mbappe. This is a nice chance for Jamie. Get the ball across, and
Vieira.
I mean, there's a reason why he's in the back 4, isn't there, Richard? Vieira here, there, and everywhere.
Vieira has been absolutely outstanding.
Could be 4, could be a lot worse. Mbappe. The target. Over the near post. Fortunately, lays the side netting. Oh, it was a great save. Chance, R9. That makes it 4. We knew at 3-0 would have been game over. You can see the frustration from Jamie. He's got to think now, right, turn my attention to this loser bracket game.
Jamie, it's livid right now. Honey Badger's not taking his eyes off the screen. Potentially looking to make a point as well here. The other 3 players in this tournament.
He's always been a fan of embracing the grind, so he says. And he's been able to grind out this result. The most perfect way to kick off the Summer Cup series for him. As you said, Richard, Coach Enzo on board, a coach that helped Text a number of victories last year on FIFA 19. Tundra picked him up and he's been able to go along on the road. When we could go on the road, I should say, at FIFA events with the likes of MS Desari. Now virtually, I'm sure, via a call with Honey Badger. 4-0. It's been absolutely perfect. Consolation maybe for Jamie, but no way through. Honey Badger wants the clean sheet, not just the win.
And fair play to Honey Badger. What a performance this has been. 4-0. Clean sheet intact currently. And he's really, not really, I should say, he's really defended in a way that's not enabled Jamie to create much at all. He's had a few breaks in the final third where the ball's fallen to him, Jamie, but on the grand scheme of things, 2 unbelievable saves from Van der Sar in the first leg.
And it seems like every single chance the Honey Badgers had has gone in, other than that one great save from Allison.
Heady hands for
See
Jamie.
Jamie there. It's one of them. Just get out of the game. Get out of the game. Take a couple of minutes out. You're going to have a good sort of 30, 40-minute period now to take your time out. Look back on that game, if you want to look back on that game, and think, right, who am I playing against? Am I playing against Ainazer, or am I playing against Dylan in that loser bracket tie? Because whoever loses that loser bracket tie, that's their FIFA 20 season done and dusted.
He just brought Kante on at central attacking mid.
When you're winning 4 goals to 0, you do whatever you want. Added time of just 2 minutes. To follow here, but as you said, Richard, it's been absolutely perfect from Honey Badger. The chances he's made, he has scored. It will be Honey Badger into that winner's bracket. He can take a sip of the water because he has done the job that he came out to do. And there goes the full-time whistle. Jamie into that loser bracket game, but he will get a second chance. Let's not forget that. It's not tournament over. It's not FIFA 20 season over. But first game, struggled to create really anything. Honey Badger seemed to be defending well, first and foremost. But also, when he went forward with one of his only chances in the game of R9 Ronaldo, the La Croqueta into the top corner finish, it was absolutely fantastic.
And you could see how frustrated Jimmy was as well at the end of that game. He does have to get it right for the losers bracket matchup, but me and Mike LaBelle on the same page with the prediction. Mike, Jamie, and Kyle, what do you think of that game?
Well, well, well. Mike and Richard Buckley are currently our predictions masters. We'll see how that pans out towards the end of the day. Me and Jake, though, yesterday, we weren't up there. We weren't the models in the pictures as we saw. Mike LaBelle, Richard Buckley, and Brandon Smith were. They had those images, which I'm sure at the end of the day we'll be able to see again if they are our predictions masters. Welcome back to the FIFA 20 Summer Cup Series. Yes, Honey Badger right there getting that first W. Myself, Mike LaBelle, and Jake Barford. Well, Jake, what did you make of that? Honey Badger coming up with that W just when he needed it.
It was all Honey Badger that game. A really impressive performance. Jamie was, as Richard and Brandon alluded to, he was just frustrated, man. It was that white wall of defense back there that Jamie couldn't break through. I really liked Honey Badger in the box. Very skillful, took his chances when they came about, and a well-deserved win.
As you see this opening goal, lovely with the stationary stop and go. La Croqueta, near post. It had to be R9. We keep talking about R9. And Honey Badger looked more comfortable. He frustrated him. He really controlled the rhythm of the game, which took Jamie out of it. And Jamie had some moments where I felt that he hesitated slightly, and that could be a factor of just not being as used to being on the PlayStation, as his home console is normally the Xbox. But I felt like Jamie was a little bit slow to react in some really key scenarios and some of those breakdowns. And we know FIFA is a game about taking runs. You see a beautiful counterattack here from Honey Badger. Everybody at home, if you're watching here, once you saw that breakthrough with Mbappe, you knew that was hitting the back of the net. Too much time to work with, too much pace, easy to line that up, strong with the Trivela. And Brandon and Richard brought up an interesting point. Honey Badger might have a lot more to play for here because he hasn't had a season that lived up to his own personal expectation and maybe his personal reputation. As you see him miss this chance here, he's trying to extend a contract. He wants to re-up. This could be his saving grace because he is just inside the top 100, whereas Jamie being the highest ranked competitor from this region coming into this tournament.
He was indeed. Now, Mike, that's something I want to touch on is Honey Badger, because we've seen what he's done at events. And coming into this game, we were talking all about FUTWIZ Jamie, and we thought, most of us, except for yourself and Richard, that actually it was going to be him who wins. But Honey Badger is an exceptional FIFA player. We've seen what he did with #United, but moving on to Tundra, I mean, have we maybe not given him the respect that he deserves coming into this tournament?
Well, let's put some clear respect on Honey Badger's name. I would say Honey Badger and Marcus Gomes are the two most successful players, especially internationally, from this region, even though this year has been the year of the FUTWIZ, where you're looking at Jamie, you're looking at Marco. Both of these guys are the highest ranked competitors. They've been a little more active. They've done well online. They have a really big preference with their content creation and everything that's kind of been around them from the live streaming side. But don't forget Honey Badger. Don't forget Marcus Gomes.
Yes, that is definitely, I'd say, correct as well. I know Marcus quite well from his ties, towards the City Football Group. So, yeah, I've been able to see what he's been able to do. But somebody that we've just seen their skills coming into this tournament was Honey Badger, and he joins us right now on the stream. Honey Badger, we just said that maybe coming into this tournament, we've not given you the respect that you deserve. How does it feel after getting that first
Don't say
win?
we. Respect was given here.
Okay. Mike and Richard definitely did. How does that feel, Honey Badger, after that win?
It's just good to be back playing competitively. I think everybody writes me off. I don't know why. Maybe it's because I'm not from Australia. Maybe because I'm from New Zealand. But Jamie's a heck of a player, and he was on Xbox the whole year. And moving, I know, is difficult from playing Weekend League on the other console. But I'm just happy I could get the win, and thought I played pretty decent.
Let's get into that a little bit, because you were coming up against FUTWIZ Jamie. We know his accomplishments, but do you think that actually, because of the level of your region and the players that do come out of it, it's quite difficult to get the recognition at times because of all the wonderful players that come from there?
Yeah, I mean, like PlayStation as well, we only get one spot per tournament, and last year obviously was in England when I was with hashtag last year, so like I think I came back a better player, and I just tried. The season was cut short, but I've been working a lot with Enzo at Tundra, and hopefully it pays off for this last one.
Now, Jake, you've got Honey Badger right here. What do you want to ask him?
Yeah, I thought it was just a complete, well-balanced performance from you, all around, defensive, offensive. What's sort of your mindset? Maybe explain to the casual fan out there watching when you're attacking in the box. Talk me through some of the skills that are most effective for you, and what's your game plan there?
So I've been working a lot with Tex. He watches my games and helps me and gives me stuff to do. I think in some of those I was even unlucky. I did a triple step over into the Leicester guy, and I think I was blocked by the AI. But I've been working on just being unpredictable, and I think playing other games as well, like 2K. I play a lot of 2K and stuff like that. And it's given me better control of my right stick. So hopefully, it's just little stuff like that I think's helped me over the course of the COVID break.
And you mentioned Enzo, and for you all that are watching at home, Enzo is one of the most decorated FIFA coaches. What's different about the advice and the information that he's able to provide?
I think that everybody knows sort of the meta is to drop back and just sit in the lane, cut it to R9, and I think he gave me the license to play a press. I think if you guys noticed, when I won the ball back, I was winning it on the halfway line, or whereas CDMs, I was just running at him and just trying to win it. I think Enzo supports my style of just constant pressure, and obviously it's a bit slow on the attack. I don't like to be this slow, but at the end of the day, I don't want to be countered myself. So I think we're just working on a high press of Enzo, and it's definitely I've worked on that game, so we'll see how we do in the rest.
We definitely will. Honey Badger, congratulations. We will see you in our winners match a little bit later on. Enjoy the bit of peace and time and space you might get before that game. And yes, we'll see you a little bit later on. Right, moving on. Welcome back to the FIFA 20 Summer Cup Series Oceania. We've just seen our first game. We had FUTWIZ Jamie taking on Honey Badger. Honey Badger coming out on top. Jake, this has set us up for a great day. We saw Honey Badger right there dominating, and now it kind of makes me think, well, we don't know what's going to happen for the rest of the day.
I was going to say, could this be the day of the upset? Is this a start of things to come for the rest of the day? This Dylan-Nazar matchup's an interesting one. I think it's an unpredictable one as well. We could see either side pulling through. And I'm hoping we just keep them goals flowing in this day 2 of our tournament.
Moving on and looking forward to that DW Dylan against a Nazar matchup, Mike. After you get drawn in a group with Honey Badger, with FUTWIZ Jamie, those two players maybe aren't as well known on the world stage, but this gives them a great opportunity to come here to prove that they can play against the best in their region and they can really hold their own.
Absolutely. And at the end of the day, it's inevitable. We're going to have two different groups here. This is the best players from the region. You know, you're going to have to beat the best if you want to progress. You want to make that money. You want to add to your bankroll. Your pockets want to extend. Then you've got to put on a show. You got to put on a clinic. You want to get signed, or you want to re-sign or work with organizations, teams, brands. This is your moment. And this is going to be the moment that's really remembered because it's the last event of the year.
It is indeed, and we have more and more and more FIFA coming up for you, so make sure you do stick around. Coming up, we've got DW Dylan taking on a Nizar. That's coming up shortly, just after this break. See you in a minute.
If someone asks you what you're made of, don't just tell them, show them. Show them that you're made of proving the doubters wrong. Show them you don't have to raise your fists to beat your enemies. Show them you're stronger when you stand together. And show them, whoever you are, you stand shoulder to shoulder against all forms of prejudice. Because when we show our best side, we don't just play the game, we change it.
The FIFA 20 Summer Cup Series Oceania is presented by PS4 and brought to you in part by Turtle Beach.
Hello and welcome to the FIFA 20 Summer Cup Series Oceania. My name is Kyle Walker. Now we've got plenty of FIFA coming your way. We've got 2 days left the rest of today, and then we move into our grand finals day tomorrow. But we've also got so much coming up for you as well. We have The Sims Sparked. Yes, you do not want to miss The Sims Sparked. It's the first ever reality competition show that brings together creativity, entertainment and competition and celebrates the amazing players of The Sims Sims community. You can catch it every Friday at 11 p.m. Eastern Pacific time on TBS through to August the 7th, and it re-airs every Saturday at 8 a.m. Eastern on TBS through August 8th. And you can also watch on BuzzFeed Multiplayer. So make sure you are across that. Make sure you are watching it. But as I said, we are here for the FIFA 20 Summer Cup Series. Yes, my name is Kyle Walker. I'm joined by Mike LaBelle. Also, we've got Jake Barford. And if you are watching us, well, we've got some special prizes. Well, hopefully some drops for you if you are very, very lucky. Yes, make sure that you link your EA and Twitch accounts if you haven't done so already, and reveal the live viewership rewards for today, which are a rare mega pack and also a Patrick Vieira 92 rated Prime Icon Moments item. These items will be dropped to certain Twitch viewers with a linked EA and Twitch account, and these drops might take up to 72 hours to appear in your account following the last day of the tournament. So you watched yesterday, you're watching today, you might as well watch tomorrow. So who knows, you might be able to get yourself that foot item right there, which we've talked so much about. To do that, you can link your account at www.ea.com/Twitch linking. Now, Mike, we saw that opening game. We saw what happened right there. In the break, we were talking about just how good Honey Badger was. And if he can keep this up, this is going to set a massive storyline, a narrative for this tournament, him showing what he can do.
It shifts the entire narrative. I would not want to play Honey Badger right now. He looked confident. He also looked determined. And he had a chip on his shoulder. We just did his interview. We were talking to him. We're back and forth. He says, people underrate me. They don't talk about me enough. They always think that I'm going to lose. Why am I always an underdog? And I told you, he's one of the most successful, if not the most successful player from this region. And he said, oh, it's because I'm in New Zealand. Nobody gives me the love that I deserve. You need that sometimes to help you grind and dedicate towards getting better at the game, especially in the later stages. But I felt his energy. He wanted to send a message. He sent that message. You would have never known if you were watching that game that Honey Badger was the lower ranked competitor between the two of them.
Do you know what? I feel his pain when everyone always compares me to the other Kyle Walker when they say that I'm the fake Kyle Walker. I get that. I've got a chip on my shoulder as well.
Hey, at least you're like
anyway.
6'5". You're like 6'5", Kyle. So you're good. If you stood next to him, you're taller than him, my guy. You got this.
Right, let's move on and talk about our next matchup. Yes, we've got DW Dylan taking on A Nizar Jake. These are two players which we might not have heard so much about, but it's still going to be an exciting time. And I mentioned before, this is a real opportunity for them to do it on the world stage and show everyone what they can do.
It really is a chance to make a name for themselves. I was talking to a few of the E-League broadcasters, and they were super, super big on DW Dylan, telling me that he is going to be the next best thing here in the football scene down there, the FIFA esports scene, I should say. So look for him to make a big impression today in these guys' final esports event. And also, we shouldn't count out Nizar, who is a player as well, who is sort of up and coming, maybe unknown to a lot of people out there. But both of these guys are top 100 in the world, 59 for Dylan and 54 in the world for Nizar.
Now, we want to talk all about these players throughout this day. We want to see their skills and what they're capable of, but we also want to listen from them and find out a little bit of insider knowledge about what they've been doing to prepare for this tournament. So, W. Dylan.
Hi, I'm Dylan Campbell. The way that I describe my game style would be pretty aggressive. So like in attack, you'll see me, I'm pretty direct with my attack. And in defense, I like team pressing. I use the manual press a fair bit. I don't really use like custom tactics or anything. It's just all manual. I don't think custom tactics, they do too much really. But the one thing I will say that you'll see different from me is my player selection in my Summer Series team. I think my favorite experience so far would have to be E-League Australia. My first season, the nerves were definitely there going into the tournament. I managed to win Xbox Player of the Day, both match days, fortunately. And I mean, just meeting all the people in the Australian FIFA scene, that was something that I was looking forward to for a while now. I think the favorite to win the Oceania Summer Series competition would be Fuiz Marco, obviously. He's currently the top-ranked Australian player in the world. But also, I think a dark horse that you could see win this is A Neza. He's an up-and-coming player. He's had a really, really solid season, qualified for 2 major events this year. So yeah, look out for him. The best player from my region, I'd say FUTWIZ Marco. I mean, he's been doing it consistently for a few years now on top. You've also got FUTWIZ Jamie on the Xbox. He's the top ranked Xbox player. And then another guy who, he hasn't had a great season this year, but for the past 3 or 4 years, he's been on top of it, as Marcus Gomes. So yeah, I look forward to seeing him back next year and see what all the three of them can do for Australia next year. The most important lesson that I've learned during this whole global pandemic situation is just stay motivated, stay focused on what you're trying to achieve. At the moment, I'm in my final year of high school, so that's something I've needed to stay focused and on top of. Do what you can to achieve everything that you want.
DW Dylan telling us all about how he's been preparing for this tournament. Mike, he said something which I want to bring up with you. He's in his final year of high school. Can you even remember yours?
This is going to be the running situation. Thanks. What did I do to you, Kyle? I just said you're 6'5". If you stand next to another Kyle Walker, you're looking kind of brawly out there. All right. Thank you. Thank you very much. Your skin is glowing.
In all seriousness, he's talking about how he's competing against these players. He mentioned FUTWIZ Marco, FUTWIZ Jamie, Marcus Gomes as well. There's some great players from that region right there, Mike. But DW Dylan's got an opportunity. He's so young to come in and show people what he can do.
There's two different things I took from that video. The first one, he's talking about his opponent with Nazar being up and coming, even though they're evenly ranked. And you could say they've had the exact same success story, which I found very interesting to speak from that perspective. He also said that he was going to be very manual with some of his defending, and he seemed very sure of himself. And just to reiterate from what Jake was saying earlier, that he's the next best thing, or the next up-and-comer, so to speak, or the guy that's next up from this region. Have you guys ever seen the mixtapes from Ball is Life? They're very common in the U.S. I don't know where your basketball knowledge is, Kyle.
Yeah.
Have you seen them? Jake, surely you've seen this.
Yeah, 100%.
That's what I kind of feel like we're dealing with right now with Dylan. He's making his mixtape, his collective right at the moment. He's going to be shipping that out. This is going to be the viral tape. We're going to take moments of that. It's going to be cut up with some goals, a little bit of razzle dazzle, skill moves, combination play, all encompassing. Got my notepad.
Let's see if he can get some of that showreel material from this tournament here, the FIFA 20 Summer Cup Series. Jake, it's time for predictions. Who are you going for, DW Dylan or A Nazar?
I think I'm going with DW Dylan. I like what he's putting together from that video right there. It's interesting. He doesn't believe in custom tactics. I'm really gonna be interested to see how he plays today. But yeah, I'm going for Dylan.
Mike, what about yourself? You've said you've agreed that with Jake that he could be the breakthrough player. Who are you going for?
I'm not agreeing with Jake today. I'm just not feeling that we're going to align that often. I think that Dylan is coming into this maybe as a favorite, even though they're ranked so even. But Nazar is not getting the credit that he deserves, and he's also a PlayStation primary player, which we just saw come into play in the previous matchup where I felt Honey Badger made Jamie look slightly uncomfortable or uneasy in that previous game, just a little bit slower with the finger work. He wasn't warmed up. I think Nazar is going to come through and he's gonna break this whole thing. We don't know what's going to happen. It's going to shake up the entire day. Then we have Honey Badger and Nazar, so that's where I'm going.
Oh, okay. They're the thoughts of Jake and Mike. Let's hear from Richard and Brandon as well. Richard, we need your prediction. Come on, you're my go-to guy. Who are you going for?
I'm going to agree with Mike. He's quite wise. You could say like an old man. But I'm going to go with Nazar.
I swear I don't look this old. Like, what's happening this week? You guys are killing me.
This is going to be the running joke. It's going to be the running joke. Brandon, what about yourself? Who are you going for?
I'm going to go for A Nazar as well. I think he could be one of the big next names to come out of this region, definitely. Look at what he's achieved this year. For Champions Cup, or two of them he could have played in. Top 4 finish in the E-League, and I think he's going to be a name that we're going to remember from the Summer Cup Series.
I definitely agree with that. A Nazar is my choice, but all that's left to do is say Richard and Brandon. It's over to you guys.
Thank you very much, Carl. And yes, here we go then. Our second game of the day. We'll see Dylan up against A Nazar. Two players that both competed in the E-League. Two players that both made FUT Champions Cup #1 as well, believe it or not. So, you know, when you're wondering where's, for example, a Marco at that event, or where's where's Jamie in front of those first couple of events? These have been the players that have been taking those spots. You heard it perfectly from Honey Badger. There's only one spot per console for a lot of these events. They're hard to come by. And as new names coming into the scene, it gets more competitive. And that's why we're seeing these names here involved in the Summer Cup Series, because they've both picked up some really good Global Series ranking points. There's only 5 spots between them in the Global Series rankings. Dylan, 59th in the world, and Einazar, 54th in the world, Richard. If FUT Champions Cup 5 happened, he could have been even higher than that.
Absolutely, yeah. I think both of these two players breakout years for FIFA 20, and we'll be looking to see how they are ending FIFA 20. You said the first qualified for FUT Cup 1, so the start of the year. Let's see how they can end the year. One thing in terms of the in-game interest is Dylan said his team selection is quite out there, was one of the sort of words that he said, and it's quite unique. So I'm just looking to see.
To be fair, I'd say the only 2 choices that are out there, and they're not really out there, is we've got Zambrotta in at fullback and Marc-Andre ter Stegen, who I believe could be his actual original 90 rated in-game item.
Apart from that, I don't really see much change. It's the team of the year, Ronaldo, in at central striker.
Unless the bench is maybe...
I had a little look through his bench, and I saw Cruyff, Pele were on that bench, alongside Messi, Neymar, Mane.
Here's a chance for Dylan now, maybe to break the deadlock in this one. Remember, whoever wins this will go into that winners match up alongside. Honey Badger, what a chance that was from Eusebio to kick things off for the Dire Wolves man. Represented Western United in the E-League this year, finished 7th in that competition. Went 0-3, unfortunately, in the Swiss stages out in Bucharest all the way back in November. Cast your mind back there. So on the other side, generally think Einazaric is a player we could be talking even more about next year. A player that finished 4th in the E-League. He would have played in FUT Champions Cup number 5 if it would have happened. Of course, it didn't happen. Picked up 150 points from that, plus the prize money that EA fairly distributed for that tournament.
What's interesting is Dylan put a social media post up literally 2 days ago, and he had Trent Alexander-Arnold at right back, and he was talking about how he didn't like Zambrotta. Looks as though in those 2 days, Zambrotta's now back in the team.
At the moment, it's been Dylan. That's all of the possessions so far in this game. A quick look at the team on the other side of that, Richard. It's looks like the staple. There you go. Zambrotta in at fullback again. Einazar going forward off that. It's the usual Mbappe, Cristiano Ronaldo R9 show that's being put on. Potentially looking at Neymar in the cam, it seems. Playing Einazar. A chance now for Dylan round the corner. Well played, Patrick Vieira.
I'm wondering where Nazar is in the house. On his face cam.
I mean, this is the beauty, isn't it? We get to see people playing from the comfort of their own homes with the face cams.
That looks like a brick wall. And is that tiles? Is he in the bathroom?
Three minutes into this one, 0-0. So far, if you have just tuned in, day 2 of the Oceania Summer Cup Series is underway. Remember, if you do make it into day 3, $2,500 guaranteed. If you don't have a tournament to remember, you won't go home empty-handed. $1,000 respectively to those that do fall out the tournament in the loser bracket. Here's Einazar now, one of his first chances in this game. Had a really interesting FUT Champions Cup, believe it or not, Richard. He actually went 2-3 in the Swiss, was in round 5. Chance, goal! That's the first chance he's had. That's the first shot he's had at goal.
Zero reaction as well from Nazar. Ronaldo runs away in celebration. Hammered in at that near post. You were saying about him in Swiss, Brandon. He finished 2 and 3.
I had to say as well, he actually played against Tuga
Wow.
in his final game, and unfortunately lost that, going 3 and 2 in the Swiss rounds. But it says a lot when a player qualifies for the first event of the year. It really does say a lot when a player, of course, can grind the game out so early on, find their feet, and then go and qualify for a major tournament. Because there's players out there, we had a sort of a running joke, didn't we, in terms of players that would get Global Series points by, say, January, and they could put their feet up because they've made a grand final. They're going to be at the FIFA World Cup. That's why it's so important. Just hit the ground running, even if you get Swiss at these events.
Points
It's really good points that you can't get at home.
Yeah, he's just getting points on the board, getting 2 events as well. It's something that having the experience, not only actually playing, but sort of just the life experience as well, to be able to go to an event. If you're from sort of Oceania, travelling to a place like Bucharest, you're travelling all the way around the world, 20, 24 hours, travelling to Singapore, travelling to these places, getting to meet up with your friends that you might see once or twice a year.
All I'll say is, Richard, me and you did that journey to Singapore last year for a FUT Champions Cup, and I had a new level of respect for every single Oceania player that travels over to Europe for FUT Champions Cups. Their travel days are absolutely insane. Chance now. Nazar looking to get a second in this one. It's Cristiano Ronaldo that opened up the score, and he's on the ball again. A couple of step overs, goes for the cut back inside. It will be a corner for his efforts. Corner played as far as Virgil van Dijk. Ronaldo just about doing enough to keep the ball. Nice little intricacy around the box and a good passage of play. Come to anything though.
Approaching half-time here. Dylan started the stronger in the first 15-20 minutes, but since that goal's gone in, Nazar has been rampant in the attack.
They might have just enough time to make one more chance possible. We'll win the ball back. De Bruyne has to be patient with it. Twist in turn, and where's that final ball? Where's that killer pass? And that will do us for the first half in this match. If you see Dylan there on his face cam, a handful of chances that he was getting slightly frustrated with. He was getting into the right areas, Rich. It was just that final ball into the likes of R9, the likes of Mbappe's, Ronaldo's, all in and around the edge of the box there. He just couldn't find that final ball.
Yeah, we are working on getting Nazar's face cam back in action, but until then, it's just going to be Dylan who we can see, the trailing player, 1-0 at half-time. You see the team there on the screen. Vieira, Van Dijk at centre-back, Hullet and De Bruyne as the CVMs, Mendy, Zambrotta as the full-backs, and then Eusebio, Mbappe, and the 2 Ronaldos in the left cam and striker spot, respectively. Who'd have thought that Vieira, sort of, FUT Cup World was like November?
Yep.
So what's that? Sort of 8 months later, 8-9 months later, Vieira would still be centre-back. So I remember people were using him in Bucharest. Diogo, Lyrics were using him as a centre-back, and they sort of caught on. And now we're still using Vieira at centre-back. Is that a lack of centre-backs, or is that just how strong Vieira is?
I think it says a lot as well when we know players go through a handful of promos throughout the year. Of course, Icons don't do that. Icons obviously have their base, mid, prime and moment. And it does come out at different stages, of course, in the year, especially the moments. But the fact that, yeah, I mean, teams change. We saw De Jong was a sort of a starting CDM for a long time. Obviously, Kevin De Bruyne now sort of takes that role off here, and Ruud Gullit's always going to be involved. Fullbacks are certainly going to change. Ferland Mendy, player that, to be honest, has actually done really well to keep his position there throughout the year, even before he had any promos to really talk about. But no, I'd say it does say a lot, Rich, about a player that can keep a position there and actually push out centre-back, you know, an out-and-out centre-back by trade.
It shows the strength of Vieira. I think the summer heat foot items probably the closest thing to pushing out some of these players in the teams, but obviously we see the upgrade on Mendy from the footmans to the summer heat.
I'm going to say, let's not forget as well, Vieira, one of those players that's been involved in sort of competitive FIFA ever since Foot Champions Cups were a thing. That doesn't say enough about how good he is in the game and how respected he is by pros. I don't know what will. 63 minutes gone in this one. 1-0. And Hazard currently leads. A lot of possession for Dylan. Try and do his best to work a chance. Try and create an attack. Remember, there is a second leg to come up after this game. All games are an aggregate scoreline over the 2 legs. A pause comes in from Hazard. He needs to have a look at his bench and see what changes he can make. Expect the likes of Neymar to be there, or Pele. So many items available. I mean, I wouldn't say Neymar because he's currently on the pitch. Here we go. Chance to have a look at the teams now. We're looking at the point of view of Dylan. As you said, Richard, you were bang on about the bench. I mean, Trent Alexander-Arnold is there. He's on the bench at least.
Neymar, Mane going to be introduced with around 15, 20 minutes left to play. It's only going to be the one change in the end, deciding to keep Eusebio on the pitch and just bringing Sadio Mane on. Out of all the Prime Icon moments, if you're only allowed one in terms of your team, Brandon, who would you want?
I mean, there's only one man, isn't there? I think if you ask 10 people, all 10 would say it the same. It's got to be R9.
Shearer.
Oh. Definitely not after my last weekend league. R9 is just one of those players. I generally feel like, obviously not as a pro, but you could play with a bronze team on sort of Foot Champions as a casual. And that R9 would still carry you for a long time over the weekend. So deadly in front of goal. Unbelievable in-game stats.
Johan Cruyff is one that I've got a lot of admiration for. I think he'll be a close, maybe 3rd or 4th in terms of if I could only pick one. R9, obviously up there. Gullit.
Him and Gullit. Yeah, him and Gullit are the sort of out-and-out choices. Other than that, if you said no R9, those would be the choices that I think any sort of FIFA fan would look towards. Good press though. And Eusebio. Fresh off the bench, and looks like he's actually taken Neymar's spot in that cam roll. Chance R9 back to goal. Hazard back to Eusebio. It's an absolute gift. And when he's fresh and off the bench, he's never missing from there.
A gift of a goal for Eusebio, who clasps it with both hands. And Dylan in a real predicament right now, trailing 2-0 with 10 minutes remaining in this first leg.
Yeah, but it's been all business, Richard. Moraine is up. 2 chances, 2 goals. The second one was fortunate. You saw the apology in the celebration, at least. But we're playing competitive FIFA, and when you get a chance to score, you're going to take that chance every single day of the week. Money on the line. And Hazard trying to attack with some real pace now. Doesn't last too long, though. A goal before the end of the game. Set up this second leg in the best way possible if Dylan can get that ball forward. Ruud Gullit just throws himself at it, does enough to break up the play. As you said, first 20 minutes, Richard, Dylan had so many good chances. Fortunately, just sort of couldn't back it up.
I'm sort of getting a little bit of a flashback right now. Watching like a Dax performance, in all honesty, from Nazar. It's quite slow, but very efficient in the passing. 9 out of 10 in all of the passing sequences. He doesn't rush the ball forward.
It's the little ball rolls, isn't it? The little small intricacies that pros will bring into their game. Ensure they've got the best chance of keeping the ball in the right areas, especially when you've got the press on you. Last chance of the game. This is literally the last chance for Dylan to get that ball into the box. He went for the wrong pass. It was an awful pass as well. Well, it looked like it was Kylian Mbappe there. Full time in leg number 1. Ain Nazar with a 2-goal lead, Richard. I mean, I don't know if it was because you were talking about his background or not, but the webcam went out at some point during that game.
I think the cam froze. That's why I said no reaction, because he just weren't. His camera weren't moving.
Just weren't moving. Just weren't moving.
So we are going to work on getting that camera back, potentially for the second leg. If it is still frozen, we're just going to see Dylan. But look, it's one of the first real times I've seen Nazar play live. Very impressed by that performance. He was really, really good on the ball. He kept it nicely. He didn't rush forward. We're going to see some of the chances and goals in this first matchup. Mbappe down this right-hand side. This was for Dylan, where he did hit the post inside the first sort of 5-10 minutes.
Yeah, you can see that chance again there. It was Arnon with the chance inside to Eusebio. Twist and turn, hit the post, and you fought for Dylan. That was going to be 1-0. He fought it as well. And the goals started to fly. And this was a chance for Ain Nazar. Cristiano Ronaldo interchanges so well. Watch him interchange again now. Oh,
look
no,
at that.
made that.
That's so good. Like, it's such a good goal. You see here, the second goal, slight deflection on the bounce, but he didn't let it deter him. He just kept hold of it, recycled the play. Again, quite a fortunate bounce, but smashed it past the goalkeeper. That first goal could be one of the plays of the day, in all honesty. A real smart, professional goal. Kept the ball nicely, moved it through the thirds, and dispatched it past the goalkeeper. Nazar is certainly one to watch, not only in Oceania, but moving forward into FIFA 21 as well. Expect to see this name in a number of the Global Series events.
Certainly, as you said, breakout being the word that we've sort of talking about with both of these two. But Western Sydney Wanderers, if I can get the words out properly. Obviously, the E-League team picked him up. They finished 4th in the E-League this year. And it sort of begs to differ the question if he did get out of Swiss just one time and FUT Champions Cup 5 was played, potentially that man could be higher up in the rankings, and then naturally we'd be talking about him a little bit more. But from what we've seen so far, Richard, Ain Nazar seems like a very, very decent player. 2 goals to the good heading into this second leg. And I mean, Dylan needs to completely change it around if there's any chance of having sort of any comeback.
Yeah, winner of this game will be playing against Honey Badger in the winners bracket final. In the losers bracket, the loser of this match is FUTWIZ Jamie's next opponent. So a couple of real big semi-final ties in the losers and winners bracket respectively. We're very close to getting into that second leg performance. What does Dylan need to do, Brandon, in order to turn this game around, apart from put the ball in the back of the net?
I think he just needs a great start. We always say this a lot of the time in terms of the first goal is everything. You get the first goal, you're suddenly on top. You suddenly got all the confidence on your side. And that is what we need to see from Dylan in this game. He started so well. If that Eusebio chance goes in, Richard,
Different
could have completely changed.
Different story.
Been a completely different story. But as you said, that Cristiano Ronaldo goal from Ain Nazar was absolutely fantastic. Interchange with 2 or 3 players, continued his run. Arnon with a little sort of drop of the shoulder, found the through ball, and Cristiano Ronaldo doing Cristiano Ronaldo things as he always seems to do in FIFA 20 and any FIFA. I mean, as you said, sort of worries me a little bit, doesn't it? In a couple of years' time, we're not going to be seeing Ronaldo as he probably used to be.
Yeah, even maybe next year, you're looking at what typically happens with players as they get towards the end of the careers in terms of their FIFA stats. Obviously, this is a different player. This is arguably the greatest player to ever play the game. It's there for debate in Cristiano Ronaldo. So are his stats going to be, shall I say, as nerfed in terms of his pace as other players have been? I expect to see a big drop-off in pace, but if it goes to sort of 85, 84, he's got to be getting at least 3, 4 informs and then some special items as well, alongside a Team of the Year to make him really usable. When you look at the other attackers that have had great years in sort of football this year, Lewandowski, if PSG go on to win the Champions League, you're looking at potentially Mbappe as an attacker as well. Leo Messi could be there. So is Ronaldo even going to get into a Team of the Year at the end of sort of the 2020 season as well, going into FIFA 21? Could be Ronaldo's last ever year in terms of FIFA esports.
I mean, it would be a bit of a sad time because he's been sort of the staple of competitive FIFA. Before it was an Ultimate Team, any sort of competitive event. You think about the FIFA Interactive World Cups years ago.
Or Real Madrid, weren't it?
It was just wherever Ronaldo went. Wherever Ronaldo went, you use that team. If it was international teams, a lot of people did go for Portugal. On the other side of that, people went for Real Madrid, didn't they? Because that is where he was at, and he just made things tick. It's as simple as that. He makes things tick over. But that's enough about Cristiano Ronaldo and how good he's been over what seems like a very, very long time as a football fan and a competitive FIFA fan. That second leg, I believe, is ready now between Dylan and Ain Azar. Ain Azar up by 2-0. The question is Dylan going to get that first goal in the tie and going to be able to turn this one around? Otherwise, it'll be loser bracket match for him against Footwiz Jamie, which is not an easy game. Winner of this goes through to the winner's bracket in that winner's match against Honey Badger. Here we go then. The webcam's back on. It's not frozen yet. Fingers crossed.
Thank you.
Room for another great game.
Here we go into the second leg here between Dylan and Ain Azar. Dylan has to come out strong here, has to come out flying.
Will be Dylan kicking from right to left, we should say, in this tie in the first half. If Ain Azar can get that first goal, Richard, I think it would be game over. We saw it in our previous matchup, Honey Badger against Jamie. As soon as the third goal went in, you felt Jamie sort of just drop his head a little bit and was sort of like, I can't really pull myself back into this tie now. I'm sure that is exactly what Ain Azar is going to be doing. First chance of the game into R9. Lovely ball towards the back post for Cristiano Ronaldo. Accelerated fake shot, great save. It was a huge save that had to be made from Marc-Andre ter Stegen. Not done yet though. Ain Azar. R9 into De Bruyne. He interchanges once but twice. Neymar nearly. Well, that chance on the edge of the box. Tell you what,
Intrigued.
Non-stop pressure.
Because Ain Azar has come out flying yet again here. It was a little bit of a slow starter in the first leg. In this second leg, starting as he finished, on top, in control.
The first time that Dylan's now to really pick up the ball and into the half of Ain Azar. He's the first goal in this game. Is there any hope of a comeback? Just the speed, isn't it? He's 2 steps ahead of his opponent, Ain Azar. Every single time he gets the ball, he knows where it's going next.
Well, it's not rushed. That's the main thing. There's nothing rushing him. He's in a perfect position to play this style of FIFA.
Neymar. For the reverse elastica, unfortunately didn't come his way, but still in possession. And when you move it so quick, you can see what he's doing. It's just so hard to sort of manually Player switch and defend at the same speed as your opponent. Constantly guessing.
I do think for Dylan, he sort of just... You heard him talking in the preview to the match, talking about how he likes to play direct. It's not the way to play against this, I would say, sort of possession/efficient style of FIFA that Nazari's playing. Because you just give the ball away. If you have 10 attacks and you're playing direct, 5 of them will come to nothing, which means 5 chances for your opponent to keep hold of the ball, to tick 5 minutes away, and to create one really good attack. That's what Nazari's doing.
Oh my. This could be special. This could be really special. Hey, Nazar. He's flying into the box. Doesn't come to anything on that time, but look at the skill moves. They're out. And they're out in full flow.
He's in. He's offside
Side
trap.
trap play. This has got to be a goal. It's got to be a sweaty. Play it across into R9. That's a gift.
It's the first mistake we've seen from Nazar in 120 minutes of FIFA. The offside trap played it at the wrong time.
We were hyping him up for how well he's played. Seen so many people try and use the offside trap. Yes, it's an efficient way, if timed right. If done wrong, that's the worst case scenario. It's an absolute gift for Dylan to get back into this tie. He said he needed the first goal to shake this tie up. What has that goal done for him? That's the question we will be waiting for him to answer in these next sort of 60 minutes in front of us. Has it given him the confidence?
Great
Struggles
press.
to get past at the moment. There's just a player there, isn't there? Hullit's there, the fullbacks are there, Kevin De Bruyne.
A really good press from Dylan to win the ball back on the first try in the middle of the pitch.
Well, wait a minute. Trent Alexander-Arnold's been called up this time, Rich.
Back in the team.
Zambrotta gone. Trent's back in.
Not very common that you'll see a player change the position in the middle of a game, in between the first and second leg.
Neymar into Mbappe, accelerating fakes around the corner, does go out for goal kick in the end, and nothing more than that. Just a couple of minutes before half time. This game is really sitting in the balance. And Nazar will feel hard done by after conceding that goal from the offside trap. Certainly started the stronger of the two in this second leg as well. Added time to come in just a second. 2 minutes.
2 minutes of added time.
That will give just enough time for Dylan to get this ball.
A bit crocky there, Brandon.
I think I did. There you go, into half time. Give me a few minutes to take a break as well.
You
Score.
see
Currently 2-1.
Tex there as the T4. 2-1, really nothing at all to shout about. 92% passing accuracy with 63% of the ball at the break for Nazir. Leading 2-1 on the aggregate scoreline.
As you said, Trent Alexander-Arnold coming in at fullback. I wonder why that was the case. Just clearly not happy with the performance from the icon in at fullback, Zambrotta. We'll have to ask him after this game does end. 45 minutes left. Winner plays against Tundra's Honey Badger in our winners bracket. And the winner of that will book a place into day 3 of the competition. What's that run of Neymar? Back to R9, interchanges once but twice. Neymar with the shot. Fantastic save from Marc-Andre ter Stegen. Corner. To come in now, played short. Virgil van Dijk picks it up on the edge of the box. Will recycle, but cannot lose possession here. Especially how direct Dylan has been when he wins the ball. How high he presses. Neymar into R9, accelerate fakes around the corner. Can he get the ball across goal? No, because Van Dijk is there. Another great block. Another corner for Dylan. Corner slightly wasted.
It's these sort of set pieces, corners, free kicks, where you can really start to get an advantage over your opponent as well with how the game just start to play out. When you've got 37, 35% of the ball, you're playing against a possession player who just isn't really letting you get involved in the game. You have to really capitalise on every single opportunity you get a chance on the ball. Have a set piece in your locker. I know Stokes, I saw him at the Club World Cup, one of the last tournaments that we played, at a LAN event. And he had this free kick where he was like 30 yards out and just dinked it over the top of the wall and scored. I think it was a bicycle kick straight away from it. It's something he'd worked on, it's something he practiced on, and it gave him a massive goal in a game where it was only separated by 1 goal.
Yeah, I remember that game perfectly. Crazy to think that was around this time last year when we saw the playoffs in Germany. This is nice. Ronaldo's got room to drive into. Cristiano Ronaldo now. This is a chance for Nadir. Couple of ball rolls. Couple of step overs. Back to Neymar. Drag back. It's absolutely perfect.
Class. Absolutely class. Inside the box there from Nazir. The composure shown from that young man is unbelievable right there.
I mean, he's pretty much just made 2 goals of the day, hasn't he? Across the 2 legs. Really, really impressive. And with that goal, the 2-goal cushion is once again reinstalled. Lots of people backing Eusebio in that camp. Is it starting with Neymar? You can see exactly why. Speaking of that, though, Eusebio has just entered the field.
Yeah, scored the goal and just brought him off. Neymar, he's done the job they needed him to do. That team of the season, Neymar, truly a world-class foot item.
Nice.
R9 Ronaldo answering straight back from Dylan, straight from kickoff. Hitting him quick, hitting him hard. And minimising the deficit back to 1.
I'm not sure if that was a wake-up call or not, conceding that Neymar goal, because that was one of the best attacks we've seen from Dylan in this tie. He's got 20 minutes left to find another goal. We've yet to see extra time in the Oceania region. We'll still be waiting to see it, I'm sure, over the next couple of days. This game's certainly back in the balance now. Such a tight game. Zal will be doing everything he can to get another goal, get that 2-goal cushion reinstated once more. Mbappe. A bit of a tussle with Ferland Mendy. He comes out on top, does the French defender.
With around 13 minutes left in this matchup. What does Dylan have up his sleeve? Can he pull a rabbit out of the hat?
A goal would have given him confidence, Richard. It certainly would have. Slightly too. There's been a few times, I think, Richard, a lot of misplaced passes from Dylan. If we have to really go down. So maybe what went wrong. There's been a few occasions where he's been out wide, where he's looked for a winger. Over the press of Hazard has certainly not helped him with his decision-making, but it's been a few passes that just haven't been perfect. Another pause cue by Dylan. Maybe he knows it's all-out attack or nothing. In these last couple of minutes, he comes again, and we've got 7 minutes in front of us. Sadio Mane, fresh off the bench, he can inject some pace into this attack. Mane, into R9, back to Sadio Mane, Eusebio, twisting, turning, gets in, finds the scorer!
What a goal. Great play on the edge of the box. Drag backs, a little fake shot into Eusebio. The goalkeeper moved all the way to the right, opened up that left-hand side, and rifled it into that bottom left corner. Did Eusebio.
It's the first time we've seen a smile like that on his face throughout this tie as well, because what a goal it was. Into the left bottom corner. Dylan is able to respond, and Eusebio, the man to do so. He's been on the pitch for so long in this tie.
The composure.
Now he's been able to react. It was one of them. When you do a drag back, you've got to go away. You've got to guess. You've got to exit in the right way. He dragged back once, twice, and then it was the exit to go back on that right foot. We know he's got a 5-star weak foot. He can go on his left. He can go on his right. Eusebio squares this tie up at 3-3. It's all square heading into these last couple of minutes.
I always talk about the composure of players. Sometimes lacking right there. He had it in abundance. Surely not. Ronaldo. ter Stegen does well.
I'm sure Eden Hazard will be kicking himself. Two separate occasions. He had a 2-goal lead and been wiped away from it.
The referee has indicated there will be a
added time of just 2 minutes. It looks like we are going to extra time for the first ever time.
You will get one last attack though if you play the clock correctly.
Tell you what, Dylan snatches this.
No, it's going to be extra time.
What a score that would be. Here we go. We are going to go into extra time now. 30 more minutes will be needed in front of us right now. Penalty shootout potentially could be on the cards as well. But Richard, what a turnaround for Dylan. He scored all 3 of his goals in this second leg. 2 occasions he was down by 2 goals as well.
That's how we played 2 legs of FIFA, Brandon. Because in the first leg, if you just watch that one game of FIFA, you think, oh, Nazar smashed him here. He's not really created anything. Dylan, he hit the post early on. Since then, Nazar has really sort of dominated the game. He held the ball. He didn't really make a lot of mistakes. In the second leg, yes, he's held the possession, Nazar, but when Dylan's gone forward, he's gone forward with purpose and with a real punch to his attack.
Couple of changes made there. Which way will this game swing? You'd have to say Dylan feels like he's on top. 3 goals in 90 minutes. And snatching an equaliser in the last couple of in-game seconds with Eusebio. Cruyff enters the field. Or Mbappe, another one of these moments. Sort of prime icon moment players, I should say, that everyone seems to love, everyone seems to back, because they just are so clinical in the final third. Here's Nazar. Cristiano Ronaldo on this left-hand side, little hill to hill. He used to try and get away from his man. There's a lot of space here, R9. Back to Cruyff, off the bar.
What a strike. Johan Cruyff hammering the crossbar. Once again, the importance of a 5-star weak foot.
Chance that was off the bench. Both players bringing on Johan Cruyff. It was Nazar's Cruyff that had his first chance in this game, and that's exactly what he can do. He's a very, very dangerous forward. That one going wrong. He's got R9 and Eusebio in support. Will interchange with De Bruyne. Eusebio, all read by Ferland Mendy. Couple of minutes left in this first half of extra time. Still trying to guess which way this game is going to go. Cruyff. That's Eusebio, last chance of the first half in extra time here. For Nazar, get that ball back inside, you'd have to say. R9 twisting, turning, back to Eusebio!
R9's done fantastic out wide. Little ball roll just to create that tiny bit of space. And hammered home by Eusebio yet again.
About guessing, aren't we? We are really guessing which way this game is going to go. Still 15 minutes left. Still time. Main Nazar reinstates his lead.
The little ball roll inside the box just there. Creating that tiny bit of space to then quickly flick off the double tap pass.
There it is, 3-2. 15 minutes left. This just got such a deadly front three. I think if you look at the front three, Richard, of sort of the 4-2-3-1, the three sort of cam striker, he's got Cruyff, R9 and Eusebio going forward. Three icons, three prime moments as well. Going forward for your team. All got 5-star weak foot, all absolutely deadly in front of goal.
And Cruyff, Eusebio and R9, what have they all got in common? 5-star weak foot.
The last change of the game for Dylan Pele. Will come on into the frame. Is there a way back in this time? Was Nazar going to set up a date in the winners match against Tundra's Honey Badger? Pele. Back to Ronaldo. Still finds the bounce his way. Pele now, fresh off the bench. Cruyff outside the boot, needed a big hand.
Oh, beautiful.
Shot stopper.
One-touch play there. Inside the box. Cruyff getting the shot away, but created it extremely well. Nazir really unlucky there.
It's Dylan. For long, though. He's going to get one more chance, if that. Was Nazar going to just be able to see out this game? Bit of game management could be needed. Pele. Lovely elastico there. Certainly one thing that's impressed me about Nazar, Richard, just the skill moves that he's used and the choices of when he's used those skill moves. You see people sometimes sort of doing them pointlessly. So we have to time them in the best way possible to close out the game. Cristiano Ronaldo, fake shot round his man. Cristiano Ronaldo back inside, right foot finesse, save Nazar. Will be in that winner's
Like he got a little fortunate on the edge of the box there, Ronaldo. To pull away from his man. But as soon as he got inside the box, deadly as ever was Cristiano. Gives Nazir a 5-3 victory
The
here.
referee has indicated there will be a minimum of 2 minutes of added time.
I mean, fantastic. Second leg this was from Dylan. A great attitude to get himself back into this tie. Scored all 3 goals. In the second leg, he was down by 2 goals on 2 separate occasions. Nina's up, coming out on top, showing exactly what he can do. He'll go into that winners match against Honey Badger. And Dylan will set up a tie in the loser bracket up against Footwiz Jamie for a chance to stay in the competition or for your FIFA 20 season to be over. What a game in the end, though, Rich. I mean, Nazar kept us guessing, didn't he? A handful of skill moves, a handful of great goals, but honestly, I think we'll see them at the end of the day for goals of the day. But in the end, came back, up trumps, and wins the game in extra time.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a real close, contested match between the 2 players. I think Nazir, in the sort of complexion of the 2 games, he held the possession, he kept the ball in good areas, and rightfully, I think he is the overall winner to go through. But Dylan has got a lot to be proud on in that matchup. But also, I think it's important to say, I believe me and Mr. Mike LaBelle, 2 for 2. Mike, Jake, Kyle, what do you think of that game?
Richard, Brandon, thank you so much. Oh, the FIFA 20 Summer Cup Series. Oceania is heating up. Mike LaBelle, Jake Barford, they're joining us. Let's break that game down. Mike, wow. Nazar, we've talked about him. We talked about what he could possibly do, and he showed us that he's capable of doing it.
And we talk about goals of the day and highlight plays. This game had it all back and forth. You got to give a lot of credit to Dylan as well to force that comeback. After Nazar got the 3rd goal, we all started to say, I think this one's done. We're in the group chats. I don't know if we're going to see the comeback. And we got an instant rebuttal. As you see the highlights on display here. Beautiful work. Hits the post was Eusebio. Maybe a little bit unlucky there from Dylan, but we saw post hit on both sides. So it kind of feels as if the game evened it out.
Definitely. Now, Jake, looking at this game, the opening 30 minutes it took before we saw the first goal right there, it obviously did go to Nazar, and that set the tone of that first game. But then moving forward through into it, it was an interesting one because Dylan had to bring it back. He had to do everything that he could to make sure he stayed in this game.
Yeah, he really did. Dylan using R9, of course, in this second leg to bring a few goals back. We see that offside trap again right there, which we saw yesterday as well. It's a very risky tactic to use because you can concede goals like that. And I love Dylan's comeback, but really, in the end, you look at his play in the midfield. Too many sloppy turnovers on the ball, which allowed Nazar to sort of break through and score those goals. A lot of his attacks culminated from those midfield turnovers. Great comeback from Dylan, though. I'm going to be really interested to see that game against Footwiz Jamie. I think that's going to be a great match. But in the end, it's Nazar, isn't it, really? Great finishing when it was most needed. And we see him not even using R9, which is very interesting there. And then extra time, yep, all Nazar, wasn't it?
It was indeed. This is the first game of this Oceania tournament that we've seen go to extra time. And Mike, it was one of those where I didn't know which way it was going to go.
No, there was slippery footwork on both sides. And when you see someone create that comeback, you often start to say, well, all right, maybe he's going to have the momentum with him. But Nazar showed that he's been in these moments before. He showed that he has the competitive experience this year. We talk about being an up-and-comer, but the way that he saw out that game, especially after technically blowing a lead or giving up the lead, was so impressive.
It was indeed, as we can see right there. Nazar comes out on top 5-3 after 2 legs and extra time. 9 shots on target, 58% possession, and also 96.5% pass accuracy. Now, we want to talk a little bit more about Nazar because he's someone that, coming into this, I thought he's got a chance, he's got a platform, and now he is going up against Honey Badger in that winners match, and he's got to really bring his A game once again. He's got to be able to come back here, Mike, and say, do you know what? I can show you that I am good. I can show you what I'm capable of. I can beat the best of the best in this region.
Well, coming into day 2 with Group B, from the jump, I knew that it was going to be a little more of a trade-off group. I felt there was a little more clear, concise, easier choices to make for day 1, whereas I know that all these results can go back and forth. You've got a lot of players that are on the same level of skill set. And then now with Jamie losing so badly from a scoreline perspective, really just a gameplay perspective as well, against Honey Badger, you start to question, can Jamie even get himself into the bracket stage?
Well, we've got all of that to come, but now we can welcome Nazar to the stream. Congratulations on your 5-3 win. First question I want to ask you, though, this is to help Richard Buckley. Whereabouts are you playing? Because we've got the brick wall in the background. Whereabouts is it in the house?
So I've just got the table tennis at the back of it to cover the background, but it's usually back outside. But yeah, I didn't have really much anything to use, so just improvise, I guess.
That is it, improvise. That is what we do around here. That is what we like. Right, Jake, kick off. Questions for Nazar. What have you got for him?
I just want to know, talk me through sort of the end of that game right there. You concede a few late goals. You're on the back foot. Dylan is obviously looking like the stronger player moving into that extra time period, but you kind of settled all that down. What's the mindset going into extra time there?
Yeah, so like Dill brought it back. Dill did well to bring it back, and I just knew I had to stay calm mentally to like get a couple goals. And my hands were a bit cold at the start, but then I started to warm up, and then I started to get in my groove, and then bring the win home in extra time.
Well, congratulations on the result. I was listening to Dylan's video that we rolled through earlier, and he kind of spoke of that Nazar's an up-and-comer, and I thought that was interesting because both of you guys have kind of shared in rankings at the moment, and both of you having a breakthrough year this year. How do you feel about that? Do you feel that he should be able to address you as an up-and-comer? Because I feel like you guys are on the same playing level, same playing field, not necessarily one over the other at the moment. You're building.
Yeah. I actually appreciate that he mentioned me as a dark horse. I knew I know I have the competitive level this year. This is my first actually eligible competitive scene that I've actually been able to compete in. Because last year wasn't eligible due to because I registered late. I missed the period where you could actually register to get verified and things like that. So yeah, I was grinding to this level, and I'm just glad it paid off. And I appreciate Dill for mentioning me as a dark horse. But yeah, he played well in that game.
He did indeed, but we want to give you all the congratulations right now. You go through to our winners match. Nazar, well done. We will see you a little bit later on. Congratulations, mate.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Right there, we have it. We have our winners matches set up and our losers matches. They will be coming up a little bit later on. But let's have a look at how Group B is shaping up after those first 2 games right there. As you can see, Honey Badger and Nazar with the 1-0 wins, and then DW Dylan and Footwiz Jamie, they are going head to head in our losers matches. Jake, looking at that winners match though, which we'll see next, Honey Badger taking on Nazar. I mean, this feels like Nazar's got no pressure on him because he's the underdog, surely.
It really is. I mean, after Honey Badger's game, it's going to be hard to bet against him. That was an absolute smashing of Footwiz Jamie. He's definitely got the advantage, but Nazar's coming off a big win right there. He stayed calm under that pressure, as you just heard him say, getting that extra time win. So his confidence is high, and look to see another high-scoring game, hopefully.
Hopefully we will, and we'll find out what happens after this short break where we will have our winners matches. Yes, Honey Badger taking on Nazar. They are going head-to-head, so we'll see you shortly for that.
It's going to be FIFA 20 tournaments every single week. Up in the air and into the back of the net.
With an absolute laser beam to that top left corner. The next PlayStation FIFA superstar.
Neymar is in.
What a finish from Neymar.
Bosniano is writing himself into the history books. It's the story of dreams.
Turtle Beach. proud partners of the FIFA 20 Global Series. Hear everything, defeat everyone.
If someone asks you what you're made of, don't just tell them, show them. Show them that you're made of proving the doubters wrong. All the doubters, every single one of them. Show them, whatever happens, you don't have to raise your fists to beat your enemies. Show them you're stronger when you stand together. And you never leave anyone out on their own. Show them that where you're from is as important as where you end up.
Raheem Sterling has called for players and fans to unite against discrimination and abuse that's overshadowing football, demanding action.
And show them, whatever our rivalries, whatever our differences, we stand shoulder to shoulder against all forms of prejudice. So it's got no place to grow. Because when we show our best side, we don't just play the game, we change it.
The FIFA 20 Summer Cup Series Oceania is presented by PS4 and brought to you in part by Gillette.
Hello everyone and welcome to the FIFA 20 Summer Cup Series Oceania. My name's Kyle Walker and I'm joined by Mike LaBelle and also Jake Barford. What a morning it has been so far here in this Summer Cup Series. We have our winners, we have our losers, and we'll be deciding who will be going through to those final days of this tournament tomorrow, and I'm definitely up for it. If you're watching from home though, it is now time to link your EA and Twitch accounts if you haven't done so already. What we need for you to do is go to ea.com/Twitch linking. Make sure you get those accounts linked and you could be in with the chance of receiving a rare mega pack and a Patrick Vieira 92 rated prime icon moments item. Now these items will be dropped to certain Twitch viewers with a linked EA and Twitch account, and the drops will take up to 72 hours to appear in your account following the last day of the tournament. So make sure you go to www.ea.com/Twitch. Linking it is definitely worth it. Right, let's talk a little bit about this now. We have our winners matchup. Mike LaBelle, Honey Badger taking on A Nizar. It is going to be a head-to-head clash.
Yeah, bring him my way, please. And you saw Vieira there. That's also Honey Badger's favorite player, and you're going to see him in action as a center back, so not playing as a center mid, not playing as a holding mid, but running the show from his back line. He kept a clean sheet against Jamie. It was difficult for anybody to predict that. I did think there was going to be an upset, and we got the upset, but I did not expect to be in such a dominant form of Honey Badger, basically taking him out of the game and really dictating the tempo and the pace of that match.
Now, Jake, we talked a little bit before about how with Nazar, he is the underdog. He might have less pressure, but for Honey Badger, this is a great opportunity because he's coming up against someone that might not have done it on the world stage, might not have been able to showcase his talents, but Honey Badger has a wealth of experience.
He does, and I think one thing Honey Badger is probably looking forward to is the matchup that he would face next if he were to actually win this one, facing Marco, who's probably going to be watching this game very, very closely. Honey Badger has some history with Marco, losing to him in an event earlier this year. Definitely looking for revenge there, but that's not to say he should look past this match because we saw how good Nazar can be in the final third. Two great attacking-minded players here. It's going to produce a great game.
It is indeed. Now, Jake, you are up. Predictions time. I'm coming to you first. I did you first every single time yesterday. I'm keeping up with tradition. Why not?
Can we go Mike first? Let's switch it up.
This isn't working out for Jake's right now 0 for 2, so this isn't going well for him. You better switch something up.
Mike.
That's fine. I'll take it. Let me take that from Jake. I got this. All right. So I actually feel that, at least based on the Global Series rankings here, and this is an online competition as well, Nazar's ranked higher than Honey Badger. We're just overlooking that because Honey Badger's showcased such form against Jamie. Honey Badger's, I think, is going to get the result based on he's got the mentality of I have something to prove. We talked to him. He seemed more motivated than ever. I believe that Honey Badger's going to get the job done.
Jake, you've had a few extra seconds to think. Who are you going for?
Yeah, and this is going to be a prediction all the way. I mean, Honey Badger, after his first performance, you can't bet against him. That was sensational. I thought the best performance we'd seen so far in this tournament, so I got to go with Honey Badger on this one.
Richard, Brandon, they will be casting the game for us. They are joining us right now. Richard, I need your prediction.
I think this I would even say potentially a tougher one to call than Honey Badger's first game. Because I was very, very impressed with the way that Nazir played in that matchup, especially holding the ball, keeping the possession, frustrating Dylan. So potentially an upset from what the other Mike and Jake have picked. I'm going to go with Nazir.
I wasn't sure if you're just going to get the pen and put it in your hands like you did yesterday because you're not too sure. Brandon, what about you? Who are you going for?
I think I've got to agree with Jake and Mike here in terms of I just feel like Honey Badger's got a lot to prove. He says that people still don't back me. The man could be playing for a contract extension. We don't know what is up for grabs in this tournament. It's a $2,500 game as well. So Honey Badger for me in this one to take the win over Nazir.
Oh, all right. That leaves me in a difficult position. Who do I go with? I'm going to say Nazir. Yes, I'm putting myself out there. Brandon, Richard, it's over to you guys to cast the game.
Thank you very much, Carl. To be fair, Rich, you've got 100% prediction rate at the moment, haven't you? You guessed the right way.
I'm 2 for 2. I don't say it's a guess. I say it's an educated prediction. That's what it is. It's not a guess. No guessing work here, Brandon.
What do you think about this game then? Because we're looking at it, and to be fair, as you said, like Nazir kept the ball in periods. He defended well, played great possession. On the other side of that, and for Honey Badger, he sort of did the same. So it's a case of who can sort of cancel each other out here. And let's not forget, whoever wins this goes into tomorrow's finals and guarantees themselves $2,500.
Yeah, absolutely. Also setting up a tie against Futwiz Marco, the winner of this game, going into Thursday's finals.
Of course, it will be Honey Badger from left to right. In this one, Nazir from right to left. Two players that, of course, both played in the E-League. As well, you look at where sort of Honey Badger got his Global Series points from, and you look at the story of Honey Badger as well. With Futwiz, FIFA 18, FIFA E World Cup Grand Finalist in London. You know, great season for him. Year after that, got himself a move to #United, moved over to Europe, moved to London, played in English, or I should say not English, I played in European qualifiers on the PlayStation. Yes, there's more spots, but we know how difficult Europe is as well, and he struggled to sort of adapt. It wasn't really his sort of game, FIFA 19. It wasn't a year that he would sort of remember and smile about. He came back on top of that and went back home to New Zealand. got picked up by Tundra. We've also seen him involved, obviously, with Wellington Phoenix in the E-League. I don't know, it sort of feels like, although it wasn't maybe a year to remember FIFA 19, it was a learning experience for him in terms of sort of moving to a different country, playing his FIFA in a different way. You heard him say in an interview, you know, it was a learning experience for me. I came back this year, although I might be not a FUT Champions Cup, I still finished in the top 100, which is a very difficult thing to do when thousands of people get FUT verified.
Oh yeah, 100%. Even to like compete and be a consistent household name, it's something that isn't easy. It's hard work, it's dedication.
Obviously 96th in the world, he sits, as you said, points from the E-League, and he did come second in one of those PS4 country cups, which gave him a nice little allocation of points. I mean, it's not a bad move. He picked up that move to Tundra to partner alongside MS Dasari for the E-Club World Cup. I've got Enzo on board as well as a coach who... His record sort of speaks for himself in terms of how he's been able to push players on over the last 12 to 24 months. Of course, whoever loses this game will still have a chance in the Summer Cup Series. They'll play the winner. FUTWIZ Jamie and Dylan. That game coming up after this one. Before that, got to find out our third name that will be in our sort of grand final showdown. Will be taking place tomorrow in the exact same time as you are watching right now. First chance could be falling into R9 for Nazar. Fantastic block at the back from Virgil van Dijk, and so composed is Honey Badger to get himself out of that spot of danger.
It's also a big money game as well, this matchup. You sort of guarantee yourself a top 3 finish if you were to win this match.
I mean, let's not forget, Rich, we've not had tournaments in a while. There's been no prize money.
Yep.
$2,500 before kicking a football on Wednesday. I should say Thursday, tomorrow. It's not bad at all. $10,000 up for grabs to our overall winner. A statement that you'll be sending out to the rest of the region. You can end the FIFA 20 season in style. And is it. Looking to make something happen again. Second chance within the first 30 minutes in this one. Honey Badger wants to just feel his way into the tight. I mean, let's not forget, against Jamie, he had no shots until about the 60th minute. What happened when he had that shot, Richard? He scored a goal.
Yep. And really, as soon as he scored that first goal, he sort of took the game, didn't he? For himself, he pushed on and made a statement.
Honey Badger with that first chance of the game. R9, there's the chance, great save. Still the chance is alive. Mbappe cuts it back. Sabio was there. So was Virgil van Dijk, just to get rid of the danger. That's how clinical Honey Badger can be in front of goal. First chance, I think on another day. That goes into the back of the net. We often compare games of FIFA to being a chess match. This is certainly one of them. Each opponent just waiting for the other to make a mistake. And he wanted to make the run. He was blocked by Zambrotta. A couple of minutes before we go into the half-time interval in this one. Two good chances at either end. Maybe one more before the break. Mbappe, a couple of accelerated fake shots. Find that ball into R9. Neymar. Back to the Brazilian forward. A drag back into Mbappe. Just over the bar.
Great effort as we approach half-time here. Again, really nothing at all. Separate the two sides coming into the break. One last chance
Lovely
before
ball.
half-time.
Mbappe. Very heavy to Cristiano Ronaldo. Honey Badger there just gave a glance to Ronaldo there. Wasn't too happy with the touch. Half-time between the two, 0-0. As we sort of come to expect, we knew it was going to be a tightly contested one, this. Chances at either end, good chances at either end as well, Richard. It was a save and a shot that was just blazed over the bar. All the second half. Bring
Win
us
this
in
match.
this.
Guaranteed. 5,000. Big jump up in prize money.
Neymar. This is Azar back to goal on 9.
It's building. It's a very slow build. It's a slow burn, this game. Like the Greek Freak match we saw yesterday against Jazz. Sometimes the slow burns are even more entertaining.
Funny story about Greek Freak, by the way, Richard. You know, you shouted out his mother for support at the Foot Champions Cup 2 last year. She's actually watching, and she loved it.
Man of the people.
Player that's done enough to get himself in day 3 of the tournament. Said he was feeling good yesterday after a bit of a rocky start in the middle of play. In short, he won that game against Jazz. Guaranteed himself $2,500. Still waiting for a breakthrough in this time. Honey Badger so happy just to keep the ball. There's no rush for him. Pull it. Into R9, drop of the shoulder, still with Honey Badger, cuts back inside. Fantastic shot. More importantly, a great tackle from Patrick Vieira.
Again, time and time again, both of these two players just cancelling each other out. A genuine, you mentioned it earlier, chess match that we're seeing unfold here. Who's going to buckle first?
Who's going to find that piece of magic in the final third? Is it going to be R9? Is it going to be Neymar? Reina's Cristiano Ronaldo into De Bruyne. We find that last ball, that killer ball. A couple of step overs from the Brazilian. Does go down to ground. Calls for a free kick. Does get a free kick.
Let's
play
swap
this
out
one
earlier.
short or chip it up. Neymar back to De Bruyne. So where do I go from here? Patient build-up. R9 now. Good idea, but just wasn't quite Ek. He's sort of made the best way he could. Is he onside? Cristiano Ronaldo? No, he's not. To be honest, Honey Badger, I'm hoping in the second half we can see a bit more in terms of going forward from him. We saw only one chance in the first 45 minutes. Nazar certainly the player that's been more attacking out of the two.
And you know, honestly, Honey Badger's second leg performance was the better in his match against Jamie. Nazir's first leg performance was better against Dylan. The fact that we're all square after 80 minutes is credit to both players' defensive awareness.
Mbappe. R9 can't link up with his Brazilian counterpart in Neymar. You're right though, Rich. This easily could be a 0-0 heading into the second leg, and it will pretty much be a best of one, you may as well call it. Still no way to separate these two. No idea which way the game is going to go. R9 needs an option. You could just see the player switching from the Zart. Good player switching, in fact. And here he had De Bruyne on that one. Eusebio into R9, well defended. Vieira picks up the pieces. Chance to break for Nazar.
I think just maybe not quite the right decision making there. After that double step over, he tried then offloading it.
This is it, last chance. Added time of just 2 minutes in front of us. De Bruyne. Can he find that key to the door? That final pass, Neymar. R9, Neymar. Back again, R9!
92nd minute goal for Nazir. He's been knocking at the door and finally gets his reward.
Quick passing interchange between the two Brazilian forwards. Meant that R9 could strike it. He was always going to be the player to strike it. And 90+2, Richard. We finally see the best chance of the game. The only goal of the game. We will be going into that second leg with a goal to separate the two. But in front of goal, this is unbelievable in terms of just knowing what he wants to do, knowing the chances he wants to create. If you honestly look at 3 of the goals he scored in the last sort of 3 individual games of FIFA, you know, one of them is 100% a play of the day that I'm sure Mike Labelle will have a look at.
Not just in front of goal, Nazir has been unreal across the entire pitch. And something else that is unreal, Brandon, these headsets and Turtle Beach, they are proud sponsors of the Summer Cup Series in the Oceania region. And if you want to win your very own Turtle Beach, make sure you follow at Turtle Beach on Twitter and you stay tuned for a unique hashtag that you can tweet for your chance to win an Elite Pro 2 headset. That hashtag is hashtag headset goals. So you want to use that hashtag headset goals, follow Turtle Beach and send a tweet to win an Elite Pro 2 headset.
Yeah, it could be any sort of tweet. Where you're watching from in the world, maybe your favourite in this game, overall in the Summer Cup Series. Would love to hear from you. Remember, hashtag, as you said, headset goals for your chance to win a Turtle Beach headset. Of course, these tournaments wouldn't be happening without any of our sponsors. So a huge thank you to all of them that have got involved with the Summer Cup Series, Richard. But I mean, only 1-0 heading into this second leg. The game is still completely open. It can really go anyway.
Yeah, it really isn't. That goal coming on the 92nd minute as well. You're not going to be honest, read too much into that particular goal. I think obviously, it gives Nazir the lead. He can draw 0-0 and he goes through here to a winner's bracket match against Footwiz Marco tomorrow and guaranteed himself $5,000 and a top 3 finish, guaranteed. Because even if he was to lose that game, he would then go into the losers bracket final where it's guaranteed top 3. So it's good prize money, it's good placement, but I think in terms of the actual match, I'm not reading too much into it. Badger can get an early goal, he can score from kickoff, he can get a real sort of early start. He scored 3 goals against Footwiz Jamie in the second leg. His second leg was better in that first game.
Yeah, unbelievable stuff. As we said, we have got Nazir in this one, a player that we sort of need to watch out for and need to talk about a little bit more as well, because it is a breakout year for this man. In all honesty, he qualified for FUT Champions Cup #1. As I alluded to, he actually went out in the 5th round of Swiss. He was 2-2 going into that 5th and final match where he had to play against Tuga. I mean, I'm sure he was just praying that why couldn't Tuga go 4-0 that day and just get the job done and not have to play against him. But on top of that as well, he actually qualified for FUT Champions Cup #5, which would have been in Bucharest if that event would have happened. Of course, the event didn't happen. He got 150 Global Series ranking points. But the fact there's like a 5 to 6 month gap between those 2 events, you'd have learned a lot from Cup 1. Going into Cup #5, plus an E-League performance as well, which he finished top 4 on, he might have been a sort of different sort of finalised product.
Yeah, it also shows, look, if you can qualify for the first FUT Cup in November, I think qualifying for that were like the first week of November, and then all the way in sort of February, you're still competing, you're still qualifying. It shows that you're not a one-hit wonder. It shows that you're not a one-event wonder. You've come back and you've improved because everybody else around you's improved as well, and you're still managing to maintain your spot at the top.
Well, here we go then. Second leg underway between Nazir and Tundra Honey Badger. Apparently the score is in the favour. Nazir, 90+2 goal it was from R9. I'm sure we'll look to start the game off in the most perfect way, R9. A couple of fake shots to try and find a gap in between Vieira and Virgil van Dijk. Honey Badger stands strong though. Both of these teams literally identical, Richard, other than one of these two using Neymar in the cam and Honey Badger using Eusebio.
And Eusebio's a player that
differences
sometimes will get left out in the dark. He'll get pushed to one side because of Team of the Year, Team of the Season, FUT items coming in, but he's ever so reliable. Whenever you put him into the team, he always does a job for you. He's like that trusty meal. Do you know if you ever got friends round and you're cooking and you know you can really do one good meal, like you can make a sort of fry a killer steak, like you can make the steak perfect.
You can make your nan's sort of soup that.
I mean, no.
So just leave that there.
Yeah, probably. I'll let you keep your soup to one side.
All right, stew, nan's stew. It's been in the family for many, many years.
I mean, I weren't going down that route. No,
it's reliable. I'll let you get back to your steak and chips.
The point behind it was that no matter whether we're in winter, we're in summer, it's going to do a job any time of the year. You can make this and you can perform with it. You can impress people by it. Eusebio's the exact same. Whether it's the base icon in November, whether it's the prime in January, whether it's the prime icon moments in August. No matter what iteration of Eusebio it is, he's always going to perform for you. He's always going to be top of the game and doing the job.
Credit as well to Nazir. Done everything he can in his power to keep out Honey Badger from having really any of the ball. Must be so frustrating to play against. Especially when you are down by a goal and you know you need to get that ball back. Here's Nazir. Looking to double his lead.
Two players at the real top of their own game right now.
As you said, Rich, should have guaranteed 5k.
No mistakes.
Win this one. Neymar. Can't find R9. It's just trying to get past that sort of midfield wall. The two CDMs that always seem to sit the strongest. So long it was usually Hullet and Vieira. Now Hullet into centre-back role, and the 99 team of the season so far, Kevin De Bruyne filling the boots of the Frenchman there. Honey Badger trying to build into this attack. Just 10 minutes left before half time. Mbappe, lovely little dink, lovely little double tap pass into Eusebio off the post.
What a chance. Near post, striking the post. Honey Badger there, that's as close as you come before the ball's rustling in the back of the net.
We'll give Honey Badger some confidence though. Neymar, drag back, great save.
Starting to create now though, he's Honey Badger. Beautiful little drag back into that shot past the goalkeeper. Dives well to his left hand side.
Back to R9. Marked his run to the edge of the box, and shot that certainly would have been on target if there wasn't a big defensive block in the way. Nazir now, I'm sure, just get me into half time.
I can't tell if Honey Badger is either really, really focused or his camera's frozen.
The fourth official has indicated there will be a minimum.
That could be the case.
But I'm sure that he's in the zone nonetheless. As we approach half time here in the second leg.
His last chance of the half. 2 minutes have been played. The ball has to go forward. Can't go any further back. De Bruyne. Try and pull off a heel tail, and that should just about do us for half time, unless the ref wants to play for a little bit longer. There you go. Half time here. Nazir still in the lead by a goal to nil. I mean, some great chances. The best chance of the game did fall to Eusebio for Honey Badger. A shot that came off the post. Another day. Potentially could find the back of the net.
It's all about the small margins when FIFA is played at this level. You're not going to be able to create 15, 20 chances. You see the possession in Honey Badger's favour. 97% pass accuracy apiece. They have been immaculate on the ball, both of these two players. Anybody watching this right now, it's about as a competitive game of FIFA that you're going to see.
It'll be the famous line they always say, Rich. There's either going to be a mistake or just a piece of magic. It will either bring Honey Badger back into the game, or Nazir will do to maybe give him that 2-goal lead. Here we go, back underway. Last 45 minutes in this one. Who will be booking a place into tomorrow and guaranteeing themselves some real prize money?
Will one of these two players crumble under the pressure?
You have to tune in. This is day 2 of the Summer Cup series for the region of Oceania. R9.
Just on the
Too
turn.
difficult.
Yeah, he never really settled himself with that strike. I think one more touch probably needed to take it out of his feet again and then to really power up the shot.
Ball forward for Cristiano Ronaldo. Just about to keep it on. Does well. Virgil van Dijk's out of that back four now. Not for too long. We'll have plenty of time to get back into position. Hullet was covering. Just look on your mini-map there. You can see the position of Hullet. Look to control him and De Bruyne for as long as possible. Do not go anywhere near the back four unless you have to. There's the example. This is where it gets a little bit muddled though. R9 back to goal, and it's it.
R9 keeping it on the edge of the box. Beautiful dribbling to shift the ball left and then back right. Fired into the bottom left corner. It's about as good a goal as you're going to see in FIFA esports. And I'll tell you what, Nazir is not only proving a point and going to, as it stands, go through into Thursday's final to play against Marco, but he's also standing up and being recognised as one of the ones to watch going into FIFA 21. I'm saying it right now, this man is the real deal.
I said it perfectly there as well, Richard. You see any pro, they'll always get those 2 CDMs. They'll do exactly what they can on the edge of the box, allow the AI to naturally control the back four. But then when you've got to start manually controlling your centre-backs, that's when things can get messy, especially when you're defending against an R9, a Neymar, Ronaldo, Mbappe, when they're just pulling off dragbacks and ball rolls, elasticos all around you. That's exactly what happened there in this up by 2 goals to 0 on aggregate. All to do for Honey Badger. Just under 30 minutes left in this tie.
He's gone ultra attacking as well there. Honey Badger. You just saw the little change in the bottom left corner. It looks like his stamina is also taking a big hit. I wouldn't be surprised to see team press in use here for Badger. Ribery looking to fight through.
Good chance there for Honey Badger, unable to do anything with it though. Cristiano Ronaldo back inside Eusebio to finish the game. That was the chance.
That could have been game, set and match right there.
I think he knows it as well, Richard. What a chance that was. Here's Honey Badger now. 3 at the back. We'll make a change. We'll get as many players forward. Got Pele just brought off the bench. Neymar's off the bench. Ribery's off the bench. Those are his 3 attacking changes that he's made.
He has to attack the game. He has to. This is sort of do or die right now. I mean, Trent as a right mid, he can certainly play that position. Pele, R9, Ribery, Neymar, De Bruyne, Hullet, all on the pitch. Got 20 minutes left.
And these are the small details. If you're a FIFA fan out there, take note. When you're down by 2 goals to 0, what do you change? What do you do? All these small instruction changes, the custom tactic changes.
You see aggressive interceptions on all of his players. He wants the AI to be squeezing and trying to read the passing lanes to help him win the ball back. Sort of an arrow, isn't it, that front 5? Putting Mendy further forward. 5-star, 5-star. It makes sense.
Well, that is it in terms of changes, Richard. 20 minutes to find 2 goals for Honey Badger. Well, he'll go down into that losers final and be playing against the winner. Footwiz Jamie against him. That means that if Jamie was to win that game, we could be seeing a rematch.
Yeah, absolutely.
Only the one change.
Rematch for the ages. However, it got a long time before that, I should say, and also a lot of FIFA still left to be played before we get to that stage.
Couple of changes for Niza there. He's brought on Johan Cruyff. This is attacking change. We know how good the Dutchman is going forward. Michael Moments variant of his in-game item. It's 10 minutes gone already, Richard. Needs to get the ball forward, does Honey Badger. Soon as possible. There's 3 at the back formation.
You can't rush it going forward, because as soon as you try and rush the ball going forward and force it forward, that's when your opponent will just pick you off on the counter.
How tired R9 is. You can see where constant pressure has certainly been implemented. Juggling is Neymar. Back to Vieira. Neymar again. Into R9. Back to goal. That's surely got to be a finish. Oh, no.
And you know when it's not going to be your day, when R9 misses a pretty much clear-cut chance from 10 yards out.
I mean, you do that another 5 times, I think you must score all 5 of them. As I was alluding to, though, you can see the stamina bar in so many of his players. So low, which isn't going to help him going forward when he needs stamina, he needs energy on his players. Chance to make it 3, Cruyff off the bench, a little elastico. Try and find R9. Doesn't come off, though, and just 3 minutes left. It's just not enough time, in my opinion, to find 2 goals. However, I could always be wrong. 90th minute now we're in, plus additional time. Nazir, as you said, $5,000 guaranteed for making it into tomorrow. We'll get it done in 2. We'll do exactly what Marco was able to do yesterday on 9 to finish off the game in style. Post and in.
You know when it is your day, because shots like that go in. One for Honey Badger up the other end. R9 hit the post. This one from what's seeming like a very acute angle. In off one post. Clinks the other on the way through. And puts Nazir into a top 3 finish for tomorrow's finals. Guaranteed.
It's job done. Well, Nazir, really impressive performance. 3 goals to 0 over Honey Badger. $5,000 in the back pocket. And a place into tomorrow's grand finals in this Oceania Summer Cup Series. I mean, Honey Badger did have chances to hit the post on 2 separate occasions. I'm sure as he sort of built longer into that game, Rich, he thought to himself, it's just not my day.
Yeah, absolutely. The chances were coming and going for Honey Badger, but in the end, Nasir brings it out in a clutch fashion. 3-0 for that young man, and he will be facing Footwiz Marco tomorrow. And you know who else is 3 for 3? Richard Buckley on the predictions. Kyle, Mike, Jake, over to you.
Richard, Brandon, thank you so much. Nazir going through to tomorrow's grand finals day. I'm joined by Mike LaBelle and also Jake Barford. My name is Kyle Walker. Mike, what did you make of that? A game of chess, it was described as in that first leg.
Well, I enjoyed watching the back and forth. A little cagier than maybe I expected. A little more back and forth, or a little more open play was my initial expectation, but it didn't go that way. And I think we've got to give a lot of credit to Nazar for what he was able to accomplish here. A lot of the skill move intricacies, his finishing, just trying to control that tempo and kind of the battle of outthinking each other, how to unlock some space.
Yes, now Jake, looking at this in this first game, it did, as we said, was quite back and forth between the two, but it was a Nazir that did manage to break the deadlock. Not a massive celebration from him right there, but that kind of set the mood and the tone of the rest of the game because he did seem to dominate throughout.
He really did, and we get to see a hat trick yet again from R9 Ronaldo, using him to an advantage, getting him in the right spots to put the balls in the back of the net. And this is just great build-up, and what a finish right there. Using the post to his advantage as well. A little bit unlucky. I mean, Honey Badger, Richard said it best. When you're missing sitters with R9 Ronaldo, it's just not your day, is it? And that is one we're seeing right there. Wow. I mean, yeah, just wasn't going for him. Such a great first game from Honey Badger, and unlucky in this one. He's going to have to come up strong in this loser semifinal.
Now let's have a quick look at this. Before the match was out, Nazir managed to make it 3, and as Richard and Brandon said, when it is your day, it is your day, and he seemed to have the luck on his side a little bit there as well, Mike, as well as obviously the skill to be able to put 3 goals away. But yeah, great result there and great victory for Nazar.
Well, the third goal from Nazar was really just adding some insult to injury. That game had already been decided, but that second one, talk about the R9 two-step. I mean, take that man to any country club. He is going to show you how this goes down. It was beautiful, gorgeous. Rewind. More of that, please. 1 turn, 2 turn, and the finish. And we keep talking about R9. Every single matchup, I feel like we're watching the same highlights where he's able to wiggle. He's able to work. He gives you that little bit of shimmy. Got the swagger that's necessary. Opens up a lane of space. 5-star weak foot. He's equal-footed. Scores from everywhere.
Straight from the country club doing his two-step. We have A Nazar joining us on the stream right here. What a victory that was. We did speak to you before after that first win, but here we are, 2 wins for you. You go through to the grand finals day tomorrow. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling really good, actually. I had to stay mentally calm there because Badger was keeping me away from the ball that second leg. I had to find a way to try and adapt and try to make my chances count when I have the ball. And yeah, I made 1 count, but he got really unlucky with his 2 post shots. I thought he deserved a bit more over there, but yeah, good to win in the end.
So what do you have to do then mentally to ensure that you don't get frustrated, you don't let that build too much against you, to ensure that you can keep up with the way that you're performing, to not let it get a bit too much for you?
I just talk to myself, like I just whisper to myself, just like stay calm, you know, you got this. Just get the ball, make it count. You know, I could see what he was doing, with like trying to be patient and wait for me to like pull out defenders out of position. But I just had to stay mentally patient and defend patiently as well, and it worked.
Now, Jake, have you got any questions? Second win for A Nazar. Here he goes, going into that finals day.
Yeah, first off, just congrats, man. Incredible day from you. You're securing a little bit of extra cash right now and looking to get a little more tomorrow. But what are we looking forward to tomorrow? I mean, what preparation are you going to have to do for Marco, obviously one of the favorites of this tournament?
Yeah, so I've played Marco heaps of times. I'll qualifiers, friendlies, just practicing against each other. And like, it's going to come down to like just 1 mistake or 1 chance because our games are very, very tight. And so, yeah, I'm going to just play my game, try my best, and just try and pull out a win.
And with this being your first year in the competitive scene, what has been the biggest lesson, so to speak? What have you learned throughout this competitive season that you maybe could pass on to other people? Because a lot of players want to get involved. They want to be competing at the highest level. And we always see new faces, new stories, and new narratives every single season.
Okay.
Yeah, so like for other people out there, I just say stay mentally calm in whatever situation you're in. Because like if you lose your head, you're pretty much already giving the opponent a free chance, free win to have a bite at you and take the game away from you. And it's all about the mental state as well. Because if you, like as I said, if you lose your head, the game's out of your hands. But if you stay calm, you know, you might get that 1 chance that you take, and you know, it might go for you.
Well, there we have it. You can sit back, you can relax. Congratulations, you've made it through to our finals day tomorrow. Hey, Nazar, thank you so much for joining us here on the stream.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Right, he makes his way into that finals day tomorrow, but we've still got one spot up for grabs, haven't we, Mike? There's another game coming up a little bit later on, but that game against Honey Badger right there, he now drops into that deciding match. He's got it all to play for still, and he's definitely capable of still going through.
And we have the possibility of seeing the rematch, the Badger versus Jamie. Jamie maybe with the opportunity for some revenge, or if you're Honey Badger there, you're really putting your foot down. I don't want to get ahead of myself. I don't want to throw any shade towards Dylan, especially considering that he looked more impressive than Jamie in his matchup versus Nazar, who has proven that he deserves to be where he's at. He's giving you two different packages in both of those games where we saw back and forth versus Dylan, and then we saw a much more slower, controlled, more structured game plan versus Honey Badger.
What a day it has been so far here at the FIFA 20 Summer Cup Series. We want to get into it still, though. We do have our game highlight presented by PlayStation.
And we're going to rewind to the first matchup where we had Honey Badger facing off against FUTWIZ Jamie, and it's great build up here, and I really want to focus on how important it is to resurface and work on your decisive alignment. So once he's shifted his body with R9, now as a defender, you don't know which way he's going to go. He's got options here. He can go left, he can go right, he can recycle, he can re-angle, and it allows you to actually be creative, and that's what we're going to see with the La Croqueta. It just freezes the defender, and then he hits a near post finish, and it is a thing of beauty, and it really allowed Honey Badger to build on some momentum and force that upset.
It did indeed. Now let's have a quick look at our Group B. It is second day here at the Oceania Summer Cup Series tournament. What a day it's been so far. As we said, we can see right here, A. Nazar taking himself through to that finals day tomorrow, leaving Honey Badger 1-for-1 and DW Dylan and FUTWIZ Jamie still left to play in our losers match, going up against each other. That one will be coming up very, very shortly. But Jake, looking at this bracket right here, Nazar's already gone through, but we have 3 players left which could easily make their way through as well to that finals day. FUTWIZ Jamie, DW Dylan, and then also Honey Badger, who is in that deciding matchup. It's still all left to play for.
It's 3 players that I really think every single one of them, it's a 33.33% chance for all of them. Honey Badger's shown some great signs of hope. Dylan as well. FUTWIZ Jamie, 1 game so far, didn't play his best, but he is still the highest ranked player in this tournament, so you can't count him out either. And if my predictions say anything, don't listen to me. The opposite player is probably going to be winning. I'm 0 for 3 so far, man. What is happening?
0 for 3 for Jake, and also 3-0 for Richard Buckley. Let's see if he can continue that streak going forward. Mike, what are you on?
Well,
do you remember?
I'm shooting 2 out of 3. All right, Jake made me go first. It threw off my rhythm, and I was just gonna say, I think Jake's percentage play there is kind of Badger's technically in the next round, so it's not an even trade of percentages because he's already a game ahead.
That's a good point.
Just throwing that out there. I'm glad you did wonderful in math class.
Okay, Mike, okay. A bad workman always blames his tools. That's what I'm saying. Don't blame the fact that you had to go first in the predictions. Anyway, we have our losers match coming up very, very shortly. FUTWIZ Jamie is taking on DW Dylan. I'll be back just after this break.
Guys do whatever it takes to deal with shave irritation. So we reimagined the razor with the new Gillette Skin Guard. It has a unique guard between the blades that's designed to reduce irritation during a shave. Because we believe all men deserve a razor just for them. The best a man can get. Gillette.
The FIFA 20 Summer Cup Series Oceania is presented by PS4 and brought to you in part by Turtle Beach.
Hello and welcome to the FIFA 20 Summer Cup Series Oceania. My name is Kyle Walker. I'm joined by Mike LaBelle and also Jake Barford. We are well into our second day here of this tournament. We've had our first two opening games. We've had our winners round, and now it is time for our losers round. Mike, we talked about this at the very start of today. Things are heating up here, and there's still so much to play for and so much on the line.
Well, it's kind of ironic. I realized this yesterday when I started making references to pina coladas, but it might be summer for us, summer heat. But in Australia, I think it's winter now, or it's the beginning of winter season, so it's not necessarily hot outside. But the games are starting to get sweaty. They're starting to get very intense. They're starting to get cagey. And now we're into that nitty-gritty stage that I love because it's winter, go home. And if you go out early, you feel that you definitely underperform.
Yes, and if you are watching from home, it's still lots to play throughout the day, so make sure you do stick with us. Plus, if you need any other reason to do that, well, we have our Twitch drops. Yes, it is time to link your EA and Twitch accounts. If you haven't done so already, please do that. Get that done because there's so much on the line. A rare mega pack and also a Patrick Vieira 92 rated Prime Icon Moments item. Now, these items will be dropped to certain Twitch viewers with a linked EA and Twitch account, and these drops will take up to 72 hours to appear in your account following the last day of the tournament. You can link your account at ea.com/Twitch linking, so make sure you do that. Please stick with us for all 3 days, and who knows, you'll be able to get yourself that Prime Icon Moments item. Yes, the Patrick Vieira one. Now, Jake, we've talked so much about these competitors throughout the day, and this is the moment where they have to show what they are capable of. FUTWIZ Jamie taking on DW Dylan, and we know that FUTWIZ Jamie, what he's capable of. We've seen him at these tournaments, but it's DW Dylan again, who's the underdog coming into this, and he's going to feel less pressured.
Yeah, I definitely think he will. He comes in, though, with a few goals under his belt. FUTWIZ Jamie, on the other hand, is a player who has yet to score on the day. I want to see Dylan improve in his midfield. He was a little bit sloppy. He needs to improve in that possession as well. Only 42%, I believe, in that first leg there against Nazar. Dylan has a lot of work to do, and definitely coming to the underdog. But again, those 3 goals, he has, I'd say, the better chance in terms of scoring. But FUTWIZ Jamie can never count him out.
Yes, we cannot count him out, and we actually caught up with him before this tournament to see how he's preparing, what life has been like during lockdown, with everything that's happening in the world. So let's hear from FUTWIZ Jamie.
Hey guys, my name is Jamie and I'm from Australia and I play FIFA professionally for Team FUTWIZ. I think my wishes for the remaining season is that the pandemic improves massively worldwide and we can come to, I guess, a normal stage where we can, travel to events and see our friends and have fun again at tournaments. Obviously for me, as on a professional level, I would like to do really well in the summer series where it's the best players in ANZ competing, which I feel like I'm up there with one of the best, so I need to show that now. I would say the best player in the Oceania region is definitely my teammate Marco.
And that would have been a turnaround and a half. He has got a corner though, he has still got possession. Messi, in it goes to the front post. There's the equaliser, second time of asking.
I think not only what he showed last year and beyond the years in FIFA competitive, it's also this year as well, being able to reach the quarter-final at a FUT Champions Cup.
8-6, Marco leads. What a turnaround.
I have not just one best friend in the FIFA circuit. As I've already mentioned, Marco and I are very close, and not just on a competitive level, but also outside of competing and I guess playing with each other in tournaments as well. I'd say #Tom has been someone that's been really close with me since the start of our careers in competitive FIFA. The way I describe my gameplay is more so probably adapting to my opponents. If they're playing a certain style, I like to counter it and play a style that makes them feel uncomfortable and a style that I believe makes me give the best chance of beating them.
And there we go, full-time whistle there. It really has been a day to remember for that man on your screen in FUTWIZ Jamie.
I I would say my expectations for FIFA 21 would to be a quicker pace game where you're able to attack more fluently and I guess be more reliant on defending yourself in defense, which in turn makes it more manually to create nice attacks and score a lot of goals.
FUTWIZ Jamie there talking about all his life before this tournament right here. Now, it's interesting. I'd quite like to talk to him possibly at some point throughout this tournament because I've seen him, Mike, at so many different tournaments. We've been there. We've seen what he's capable of, but we've also seen that friendship that he's got with so many different people. Now, with these tournaments, they're great that they're happening. We're all super excited, but they are very different in the fact that you've not got your friends there supporting you. You might have them on calls, you might have your coaches there, but ultimately it comes down to your skill level and being able to calm yourself under the pressure with competing.
Well, at the end of the day, it's not a likability contest. I mean, we're competing. There's only going to be one winner that walks away every single time that you go to an event, even if it's a smaller scale. If it's something local, then you go to regionals, you go to the international events. You control your destiny. This isn't going to be a matter of who can network the best, who has the best relationships across the community. Can you play FIFA at the highest level?
And this will definitely showcase if they have those skills or not. Yes, we have FUTWIZ Jamie taking on DW Dylan. Now, I think it is time for predictions. Mike, I'm not letting you get off with this, okay? You're going first again.
That's fine. I'm ready. So I'm in that classic situation where you have your head versus your heart. My head says all day that Dylan's in better form, looked more impressive versus Nazar earlier today, scored goals back and forth, forced extra time, where Jamie... you couldn't tell that Jamie was the favorite when he went up against Honey Badger. But I am going to roll with the emotional side. Something says Jamie's going to battle back. Maybe I just like the guy too much. I don't know, but I'm going with Jamie here. Final decision.
Mike, you know, I've always told you when we've had those close conversations, those one-to-one, heart-to-hearts, always go with your heart, right? Whatever your heart is saying, make sure that you go with that, okay?
Well, thank you so much. So I'm the old man that needs to roll with my heart, and we'll hug it out afterward. We'll do a virtual hug.
Jake, who are you going for? FUTWIZ Jamie taking on DW Dylan. Who are you going for?
Yeah, Mike's not going to like this. I think I'm going to have to agree with him. Jamie has had a lot of time to sort of soak that first loss in, think about what he needs to improve on. I'm sure he has his coaches in his ear, talking him through things. I like him to win in this one and get that rematch against Honey Badger.
Richard and Brandon, they are casting this game for us. We need your predictions. I'm going to go a little bit left field. Brandon, I'm going to start with you because Richard, he knows his stuff.
He does. He's embarrassing me today, in all honesty, with his predictions that are coming out. I mean, I don't think I've actually got one right today, but fingers crossed this is the one that will be right. I think FUTWIZ Jamie, after that 4-0 defeat, it would have hurt him earlier today, and I feel like he's going to do everything he can to ensure he can play against Honey Badger again in the next round. So FUTWIZ Jamie for me to win this one.
And Richard, whatever you say, I'm just going to agree with it. So go on, who are you going for?
Well, I'm going against the other three. I think Dylan is the one for this game. I think we're playing on PlayStation. I don't think Jamie is really that comfortable on PlayStation. He's predominantly an Xbox player. Dylan is. He won a tournament through Challenger mode on PlayStation. Dylan, for me, is taking this game.
Right, well, I was lying because I'm actually going to go with FUTWIZ Jamie, so sorry about that, Richard.
Well, we'll see who comes out on top, won't we? 4-0.
We will. We will indeed. Right, Richard and Brandon, it's over to you guys.
Thank you very much, Carl. Yeah, here we go then. So this is the biggest game for us at this moment in time in terms of if you lose it, it's FIFA 20 done and dusted. No more competitive FIFA for you in terms of EA Sports events and the Summer Cup series. We've got Jamie here, of course, who's come off the back of that defeat to Honey Badger. And Honey Badger is actually waiting in the next round for whoever wins this game. On the other side of that, as we said, Nazar did beat Dylan earlier today. Dylan actually went to Twitter after his game, so they lost 5 goals to 3. Too many mistakes, but I've still got so much more to prove. So, fingers crossed, we might be able to see it this game.
Yeah, well, I think if you're going off the first games predominantly, Dylan, he was always in that game. Do you know what I mean? It took it to extra time in the end, and it was a late flurry from Nazir, which shut him down in the first game for Jamie against Honey Badger. Jamie looked off the pace. He looked off the boil, in all honesty, in that matchup. He's got to start better in this particular game, or Dylan, I think, could amount a 2-3 goal lead in this first leg.
Well, we are underway then for our loser bracket. Semi-final, you lose, and that's it for you. For FIFA 20, you win. You will have a second chance to book a place in tomorrow's grand finals. Of course, Jamie kicking from left to right in the famous footwear strip. On the other side of that, Dylan from right to left. He heard Jamie say he rates himself as one of the top players out of this region, and he's had his best year in competitive FIFA. I mean, the way I've looked at this year, there's sort of two parts to it. You had your LAN part, and we're talking all the way up to the E-Club World Cup and FUT Champions Cup Stage 4. And then you've sort of had your online part, where charity tournaments have been a thing. Sort of stay and play tournaments, stay at home and play. So many of these tournaments have been a thing which players have got involved in. Chance early on here just stings the hands of Edwin van der Sar. And I think that's a fair way to look at the season, Rich, because different players have sort of flourished at different points in the year.
Yeah, absolutely. I think also you look at the tournaments that we've had more predominantly in Europe and North America, such as Tuesday Night Football. We've had tournaments such as the UK Masters that have been put on as well, and there's been a lot of opportunities for players to play outside of competitive FIFA. Jamie here building into this attack, and Mbappe runs into Patrick Vieira. But I also think Jamie is arguably the best FIFA player at making content as well. Like, if you just look at this man in terms of the social media channels, in terms of his Twitch streaming as well, I don't think anyone balances being sort of more of a Twitch streamer and a top-level FIFA player better than Jamie.
Lovely ball forward. This is for Eusebio. Ruud Gullit just sticks a leg out and does enough. But yeah, we spoke about that earlier. Jamie just sort of absolutely killing it over on Twitch. 60,000 followers he broke. An unbelievable year. And I think not enough FIFA players know that how important it is to build a brand around
absolutely
being a professional FIFA player. It's something that teams will always look towards. Here's Dylan. Off a drag back from R9. Just to lay it off into Kevin De Bruyne. We'll see where he'll go from here. Back to Virgil van Dijk. And he's just offside. 20 minutes played.
And I really don't think
0-0
in this day and age, with sort of content being such a thing, such a large part of not only like negotiations, but also in terms of, as you said, a player's brand. I don't think you can just be a FIFA professional player anymore. I think you have to add more strings to your bow.
It's the value, isn't it, for any esports organisation? It really is. Chance now for Jamie. Cuts back inside. R9 with it. And Jamie finally gets his Summer Cup series under the way of his first goal in the tournament. R9 steps up. And it's a wake-up call for the FUT man.
First goal of the tournament for FUT Jamie. Double tap pass into R9, who smashes it past the goalkeeper. Took him 23 minutes in this losers bracket matchup. Loser of this game goes out of the tournament. If you win this, you set up a deciding match with Tundra Honey Badger to see who will be going through alongside Nazir to take on Greek Freak FIFA tomorrow.
Saw Jamie enjoyed that one as well. He waited a long time to get that score. Straight back to him. What a chance that was. Ruud Gullit ricocheting off the post. Dylan would think that's got to go near post. That's got to go in the bottom corner. Still a chance is alive though. Not for so long. De Bruyne, a huge clearance. He gets past R9, falls back into the path of Dylan. Very much an end-to-end one this. Both players been able to create.
Got to think that probably has to go in with Ruud Gullit there at the near post. 9 times out of 10 he's finding the bottom corner on this particular occasion, hitting the upright.
Is he onside? He is. Lacroqueta, watch the run of Eusebio. Good birthday Mbappe can go on his own though, he says.
Nice.
R9, Cristiano Ronaldo.
Nice little bit of play there.
Enough. Just to ensure that Dylan still does remain on the ball just about. Does get penalised. As Eusebio for Jamie. Referee says that's a free kick. I think long. I tell you what.
Spoke about it earlier, didn't I? The importance of having a couple of set pieces in your back pocket that you can pull out at any given occasion. And Jamie seemingly under the cosh here. Dylan stealing the ball back high up the pitch.
Relentless in the attack is Dylan. It's just that final pass, that final effort to goal. That free kick, that was very nice. And the idea of that, of course, is get it into Ronaldo, then look for a cross towards the back post or at least a cutback. Wasn't able to do it on that occasion, but could pop up again later on in the tournament. Last attack off the half, it will fall to Jamie. Already scored a goal of R9, looking to add a second to his tally. Cristiano Ronaldo down the byline, cuts it inside, great save, it's a routine of a goal, but Jamie doesn't care.
He saw how much it meant to him. A huge shout from Jamie. Big fist pump as well. Kevin De Bruyne in the right place at the right time. Just slot that one home for Footwiz Jamie. This was what we needed from Jamie. This was the sort of Jamie we were expecting to see.
Eusebio into R9, chance for Dylan, and that's R9.
What a save. What a truly remarkable save from Edwin van der Sar, and that's a change that Jamie's made. He had Allison in the Honey Badger game. He's now got Edwin van der Sar in the goal, so that's a goalkeeper change for Jamie. I'm pretty sure he was running with Allison in the first game.
I mean, I didn't even see that being a save, Rich. I honestly thought that was R9 over the bar. That's how quick it went in. But half-time here, Jamie up by 2-0. You saw the outpour of emotion from it when those goals went in. It's been a bit of a slow start in the Summer Cup series for him. But he knows exactly what he's capable of. Dylan's got to think, though, on the other side of that, Richard. I've created chances. I've created good chances. A couple of good saves. A little bit of misfortune with hitting the post has only been the difference of me not scoring a goal as well.
He's been in the game. 100%. You can't say he's not been in the game. A couple of chances. He certainly should have scored, I think, Dylan, in this matchup.
Chance. Now for Dylan, Eusebio, get the ball back to R9, half a drag back into Eusebio, cuts it back inside, well played. Yeah, is there again, he's offside.
What's he gave?
It's a corner, sorry. He just brought it back for a yellow card. That was all.
For a second, I thought we got a very controversial penalty.
De Bruyne. Van Dijk, of all people, also involved in this attack. He could be the assist, though, at this chance for R9. He will be.
You have to say it's been coming for Dylan. First half, he had a couple of real good chances. One saved by Edwin van der Sar that was remarkable. R9 finding the near post on this occasion.
I'm sure that's what he'll be saying to himself, Richard. That's about time. But he's been knocking on the door. The silence just trying to find the right chance. Now Jamie still is in the lead. Just got to find a 2-goal cushion or some sort of safety. Round the left back, he does well. I think that was the skill move that he wanted to implement. That's when a corner played. Sure, but given away, sloppy. place you don't want to give away possession is a corner. So many players are forward. This could be dangerous. This could be 2-2. It's R9. Watch the edge of the box. There's numbers there. Eusebio on the left foot. Great save.
And again, the wing play, I spoke about it yesterday, those through balls down the line. From fullback to left cam, from fullback to right cam. It's a very, very entertaining game.
De Bruyne, fake shot. Half a drag back, right foot finesse. Back inside. I tell you what, take a bow. Because that's absolutely fantastic.
Fantastic finish from Dylan, edge of the box, led it short from the corner, worked it into Kevin De Bruyne, and then R9 and Kevin linking up extremely well to find De Bruyne, who smashes it past the goalkeeper. That has got to be up there with one of the goals of the day right there.
Easy taking a shot on the edge of the box with De Bruyne. Of course, with such a low percent chance of that, would have went into the back of the net. Wanted to play the one more. I think when you get the ball into R9, everyone obviously expects R9 to take the shot. If you can offload it to someone else who's around the man, who's in a good position, it can be so dangerous. Here's Cristiano Ronaldo. I tell you what, this would be a remarkable turnaround.
Putting on a clinic right now is Dylan.
Vieira made the block. His body was in the way. Remember, he was 2-0 down. Looks like a completely different player in this second half. So much more clinical in front of goal. Jamie's just got to try and find his rhythm.
Yeah, he had it in the first half, didn't he? But in this second half, Dylan coming out absolutely flying. 2 goals in quick succession. Putting back on a level playing field with 20 minutes remaining in this first leg of this elimination matchup.
And if you think this is the first leg, it next to ask the question, how good is this second leg going to be? 4 goals already seen. How much more is there? Another pause cue. We're on Jamie's point of view here. We can maybe see what changes he will look to make. Eusebio's coming off. And Neymar potentially. Neymar on. Obviously, we're looking at Johan Cruyff as an option. We've seen lots of people have Ben Yedder on the bench, but Ben Yedder's never actually came on as a substitution.
Zambrotta. Little fullback change for Jamie. You saw Ben Yedder on the bench. You also saw Renato Sanchez, the team of the season foot item from Ligan, on the bench as well. Bad taste in my mouth still over Renato Sanchez.
Chance around the corner. Didn't go anywhere in the end.
Bought him for 780,000 coins. Because I've got fat fingers, accidentally misclicked and minimum listed him for 60k.
Tell you what, someone must have been absolutely buzzing.
Oh yeah, I'm really happy I made someone's day.
Speaking of the player though, what an unbelievable in-game item he is. I've seen him so many times on Just Foot Champions. You can't imagine how good he would be when a pro. If a player is controlling him. Another pause cue by Jamie. He's only got 10 minutes till this first leg is concluded. Neymar. This would be an unbelievable turnaround if Dylan can find the goal. It's into Ben Yedder! Hello, hello, Wasim. Welcome to the Summer Cup Series.
Andy timed it green. From the dream, Wasim Ben Yedder smashed in on that left foot. The turnaround completed inside one leg for Dylan. What a performance from Ben Yedder. Coming on.
He said it on Twitter, Rich. Sorry to jump in. He said, I've got so much more to prove, did Dylan. If there's one way to prove yourself, from coming back from 2-0 down to 3-2 up in one leg of FIFA. Incredible. Did say it. He's been on everyone's benches this team of the season, Ben Yedder. Causes nightmare in weekend leagues. Causes nightmare in FUT Champions Cups. He just caused another nightmare in the Summer Cup Series, completing the ultimate comeback. Renato Sanchez does come onto the field for Ruud Gullit in these last couple of minutes. Can Jamie find a goal back to set up this second leg in the most perfect way possible? Into Cristiano Ronaldo!
Straight from kickoff, Ronaldo linking up with Cristiano. Smashing it past the goalkeeper. What a game, what a series that we have in front of us right now. This Oceania region has delivered in every single way possible.
The best thing of all, Richard, we're not done yet. We've still got a second leg in front of us. What a game this has been for the neutral. If you're new to FIFA Esports, take a seat. Stay around for the next 20 to 30 minutes, this second leg, to see how this game is going to play out. There's 6 goals and we're still not done yet. There could be a late chance here.
The only thing I've missed, I think the most, about not having LAN events is usually when you're at an event and you sort of stood in the room where everyone's playing, all you hear is like let's goes and vamos. It's something that we've missed. There's going to be a late let's go here for Sadio Mane! Big goal at the near post. Oh, Dylan, 93rd minute winner to take him into that second leg matchup.
Oh my days, oh my days. A 7-goal thriller between the two. That's got to be the best game we've seen in this Summer Cup Series of Oceania. What a game. Sadio Mane snatches it at the death for Dylan. 4 goals to 3. We've still got a second leg to come up in this game. But Jamie was 2-0 up. Dylan went 3-2 up. Jamie bounced back at 3-3. And then there was more late drama in the end. I mean, you're the only person that's backed Dylan to win this game, Rich, in your predictions. And it was a 4-1, I believe.
It was indeed. A truly unbelievable game of FIFA right there. And we've still got a second leg to come. You just don't know which way it's going to go. Jamie had a 2-0 lead. He then threw it away. And Dylan went through 2 up. And it's just been back and forth, back and forth, back and forth all series long. A truly fantastic game.
Yeah, amazing stuff. Of course, we have to say a huge thank you to our sponsor in Turtle Beach. We've said it earlier today. You guys can get yourselves involved. Of course, the Summer Cup Series is brought to you in part by Turtle Beach. There's a giveaway going on now. You've just got to tweet using the hashtag #HeadsetGoals. And of course, you have to be following at Turtle Beach on Twitter. Tweet a picture of watching the stream, who you fancy winning in today's tournament. The game you've just watched now, was it your favourite game of the Summer Cup Series? Use the hashtag, follow Turtle Beach, and you could be in with a chance to win a headset. Get yourselves involved, because you never know, you might be very, very lucky.
This one right here, the Elite Pro 2 headset. You've got a chance to win it. And I think that the question is, who is going to win this game? Because both players have a chance to win it, in all honesty. We're going to see some of the best moments from our first leg here. The team in the truck have picked out some of the moments. I think there's too many, to be honest, to talk about. That one put Jamie 2-0 up, and look at that reaction. Big let's go from Jamie. But Dylan bounced back, Brandon.
He did indeed, and bounced back in dramatic fashion, Richard, in the second leg. That was 2-0, as we said to Jamie. And Virgil van Dijk got himself into a very attacking position. Watch this little one. R9 round his man outside the foot finish. Bring this game slightly closer and there was more drama. Just 10 minutes
Look at this play on the edge of the
later
box.
into this game. Watch De Bruyne and R9. 1, 2, back of the net.
Beautiful play from Dylan on the edge of the box there. Is that a let's go bro? I think I saw. He then took the lead shortly afterwards. Sadio Mane had a big impact on this game alongside Neymar and Ben Yedder. The three substitutions all linking up together as he rifled that in on the left foot. Jamie answered back straight from the kickoff. Mbappe played into that substitution. Renato Sanchez, R9 Ronaldo. Dragged back into Cristiano, who fired past the goalkeeper, but there was still one goal left in the matchup, Brandon.
Yeah, there was. To be honest, I thought we were done there. I thought it was going to be 3-3. We go into the second leg as an even playing field. But Dylan said, no. I want one more chance. This was the chance. Watch Sadio Mane on this right wing now. Interchange perfectly. Got it in towards the near post. Keeper came off his line slightly. And that was the winner. 4-3. You can see him loving every single moment of those goals is Dylan of Dire Wolves. A huge win for him. There's 7 goals between the two. That's got to be the game of the Summer Cup Series for Oceania so far. It's got to be.
I think the game of the Summer Cup Series in total from Europe and Oceania so far from what we've seen end-to-end FIFA, and that's only one leg. We still have a second leg to see who will be facing against Tundra Honey Badger in the deciding match to find out who will be joining Marco, Greek Freak FIFA, and Nazia in tomorrow's finals. 3 of the 4 finalists are confirmed. We just need to find out who the lucky 4th will be.
Exactly that, Richard. As you said, all that action will be happening tomorrow. If you don't know anything about the Summer Cup Series as well, guys, 23 days of action in total across 6 different regions. Of course, we've seen Europe over the weekend. We're in Oceania right now, the heart of Oceania in terms of the tournament. At the weekend, of course, it will move on to South America, and it just keeps continuing to give, does the Summer Cup Series. Right, this game, still so much more to give as well. 7 goals between the two. Dylan in the lead, 4-3. Let's see how this second leg plays out. Are we going to be seeing a Honey Badger Jamie rematch in the loser bracket final? Or is there going to be a new name staying in the tournament? And that'll be Dylan, who is leading this game. Just about with the smallest of margins, looking to get an early goal in this one. He's got to be offside, Eusebio. And he will be.
Is there going to be an early start yet again from Jamie? From Jamie in this matchup. He started the first leg with an emphatic 2 goals.
He started the game perfectly, didn't he? At the best 45 minutes we've seen from Jamie. Chance now, is he onside? R9, he is. Still got the chance, cuts inside, went for the right foot finesse and just throwing his body in the way of Vieira. Makes the perfect block. Really good defending from Dylan. Mbappe. No way around the corner. Well defended by Jamie this time. A foul on Mendy.
Well, 13 minutes already gone by. This match absolutely flying past. Great ball to pick out Eusebio. Again, Virgil van Dijk. He's always in the right place at the right time.
Both of them, Richard, they're here, there and everywhere, aren't they? Virgil van Dijk and Vieira making the blocks at the right time. They're timing their tackles to perfection. They have been so good.
How would your team look? Would it look something very similar to this if you could have 23 one-game loan icons?
I think the one thing we see with this as well, Rich, is that of course you have your own personal preference, but you're always looking around your shoulder, aren't you? You're always looking at what's he using. You know, Oli Lito.
Every single player
what's
using
Oli
Oli.
Lito win? You know, what was his winning team? Am I going to sort of look to play that? And I mean, look when Tex was dominating the scene, FIFA 19. Everyone was like, "What's his tactics? What's the team he's using?" Of course, no one is Tex, so no one can just copy his tactics and suddenly become as good as he has been. But you can take small sort of things from everybody's pros teams and who's the fullback of choice, who's the CDM partnership, the 4-2-3-1, which has been a staple of formations in FIFA esports.
I like to see that even this late into the year, players are still looking to find the best possible teams. For example, Kevin De Bruyne's 99 rated foot item has pretty much come into every single person's team. Vieira against R9. Stegen comes out, but like usually people are pretty locked in the ways of a midfield. In previous years, it's been Gullit and Vieira. Whereas I think this year we've had a little bit more versatility with players' teams. I mean, from home, Scream Firmino was used until, what, April? He were in qualifying teams all the way up until sort of February, March time.
I think the one thing we've seen as well, of course, outside of the Summer Cup series where these guys have got one loan items, because people have been playing on their own accounts for, say, like stay-and-play tournaments and charity tournaments, people have had to use their own teams and their own accounts. So that's why we've seen so many sort of mixed teams in different promos, foot birthday items, shapeshifters. We've just been able to see such a mix. Just to say again, whoever loses this game will be out of the Summer Cup series, and this will be the end of their FIFA 20 campaign. That's nice from De Bruyne and Jamie. Find that run of Eusebio. Just waiting for it. Just didn't make it.
Looking for that switch of play. He's done well to cut that out, has Jamie. Certainly playing a lot better than what we saw earlier in the day against Honey Badger.
De Bruyne. Still De Bruyne!
What a save from Ter Stegen. Like a cat right there. Springing across to his left-hand side at full stretch.
Played short. Looks in towards Cristiano Ronaldo. Back to Vieira of all people. It was there waiting. The ball just didn't have enough venom on it. To find the feet of the Dutchman. Chance to break forward. Eusebio will be onside. Accelerating fake shot round his man, but not round Vieira.
The next goal in this tie, I think, separates it genuinely. If Jamie gets it, I could potentially see him going on and really clutching up and taking this game. But if Dylan wants to get it, I feel as though that is just enough to push him over the line.
Last chance of the half for Jamie here. If he can go into this second half all square, this game will be in the perfect balance. Back to De Bruyne, right foot finesse. Surely got to be on. Well played. De Bruyne. But Dylan defended very well.
First
2
touch
minutes of additional time, Richard. We might have enough time for one more attack. No, we won't.
The first touch from De Bruyne was an absolute stinker. He stitched him up completely. He took him onto the edge of the box, and it was a real heavy touch. You see the stats there at half-time. Jamie dominant in this first half of play inside the second leg. Both players with very similar teams, in all honesty.
You'd honestly say, like, although Jamie hasn't scored, in terms of controlling the game and creating chances, that's been the best 45 minutes we've seen from him.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you look at the performance itself of what he's offered there. Everything but a goal, really. Shots, possession, and also passing accuracy. All very good for Jamie inside that first half. Just lacking the all-important goal.
This is it. 45 minutes to save your FIFA 20 competitive season. Or to continue your run in the Summer Cup Series against Tundra's Honey Badger. Should be our next game. In the spot of, should say, for the chance of making it into the Final Four in day 3 of the competition. She said if Dylan was to get another goal, Richard, it would make things very difficult.
Oh, yeah. We put him in a real tough position. Footwiz Jamie.
Speaking of that chance, could this be it now? R9. Good play, Virgil van Dijk. Timed that one well.
Yeah, the McGeady spin there on the edge of the box. He read it quite well and just waited for the right time to be more aggressive with Van Dijk. Did well there, did Jamie.
Savio. The classic heel-till skill move that's so effective into Mbappe! Timed it green and timed it to perfection.
He's one of the only players, he's Dylan, that I've seen still continuing to green time shots. Left-footed strike from Kylian Mbappe into that bottom left corner. And that's why Foot Birthday Mbappe is used over any of the higher rated versions of Mbappe, because he has a 5-star weak foot.
And he's made a sort of huge name for himself, hasn't he? For Birthday Mbappe. So good in front of goal. As he said, that's the sort of predicament that Jamie would not have wanted to happen. He's 2 goals down now, 5 goals to 3, he trails an aggregate.
Arguably the number 1 attacking player for a lot of people in FIFA 20.
Should just be offside, it's not. I'm expecting to see a pause from Jamie in a minute. He's got 25 minutes. This has already changed into a game plan, of course. And has been preset. He's got to go for it. One thing I've always said, and I'll continue to say, it's such a different environment to play competitive games in at home. Yes, you play your qualifiers there often, but some players naturally play better at LAN.
Without doubt, you have to be comfortable playing in all situations, whether that's at home, at LAN. I think we've seen a few players who have transitioned well. Tuga, Tom, Olilito, Oliboli, King CJ from North America.
Chance for Dylan, into Ronaldo! Game, set, and match. DW Dylan will set up a tie against Honey Badger, and he can't believe what he's just done.
It looks as though, with 18 minutes remaining, Dylan will be setting up a deciding match, as you said, Brandon. A do-or-die situation against Honey Badger.
One of those, if he didn't concede that goal, Richard, he's going in only 2 goals down, and then this is where you make your changes at 3 at the back, and you've really got a chance, but 3 goals in 18 minutes. Just really don't see it. See Jamie there, just disappointed. Dylan's just created a lot. He's created a lot of chances. And in front of goal, he's been clinical. Is it time for Ben Yedder? That's the question for Dylan. Is he coming on?
I mean, look, Cristiano Ronaldo has been absolutely outstanding for Dylan in this tournament. A lot of players deciding to go with the team of the season, Ronaldo. Dylan using the team of the year, Ronaldo. Not really too many differences between them. Just a couple of stats here and there that push the team of the season into a higher regard.
See the press from Jamie now. 10 minutes left. It's all or nothing. That's all he can do. But then naturally gaps will appear at the back. And this is where Dylan could be dangerous. He's got fresh players on the pitch. Back to Ben Yedder. He's offside.
Offside. I'll tell you what, though. This would be an absolute goal fest. The equal amount of goals that we saw in the Oceania Summer Series is 9. That was between Sarge and Greek Freak FIFA, where Greek Freak won 6-3. And we still have 10 minutes left to play.
Said he lost that game earlier today, Richard, against... Is it? I've got so much more to give. It wasn't a performance to remember from me. Came to this game against Jamie knowing it was sort of do or die. You win the game, you stay in, you lose the game. It's the end of your FIFA 20 competitive year. He's been able to back that up. The big victory, 6 goals to 3. He was 2-0 down in the first leg. We have to say that again and again. He was 2-0 down.
We've seen 4 games of FIFA played today, Brandon. We've seen 25 goals across the 4 games. Mind me say, 2 of those games were clean sheets. Goals galore. Down under.
Although it will be a tough one to take for this Jamie. Chance now for Neymar later on. A little step over into the shot. Will be another one. Everything that Dylan's touched in this final third is turning into goal. 3-0 in this game. He will be going on through to the next round to play against Honey Badger. But as I was saying, yes, it's tough to take. Yes, it's horrible falling out of the Summer Cup Series. But what a year it has been for FUTWIZ Jamie. Top 16 at FUT Champions Cup number 2. Top 16 of the E-Club World Cup. E-League champion for Sydney FC. Sort of an incredible overall growth on social media and streaming. I'm sure it won't matter now to him if we say goodbye to him in the Summer Cup Series. And we say congratulations to Dylan for 7-3 victory in the end, Richard. I mean, the man knew where the back of the net was, didn't he, in that second leg?
Yeah, I mean, look, I think the late goal at the end of the first leg, the 90th minute winner, really sort of dejected Jamie quite a little bit after being 2-0 up and then trailing 3-2 and then getting it back to 3-3 and then conceding a 92nd minute losing goal to then moving to the second leg. First half, he were on top. He were playing well. Then that second half just came out absolutely firing, did Dylan, and in the end, a comfortable victory, 7-3, Brandon.
Yeah, it is indeed. It means that you're 4 out of 4 on predictions as well somehow, which is absolutely brilliant. But yeah, we're going to throw it back over to the panel now with Kyle, Jake, and Mike to break down all the action. But guys, Richard, I think, is winning the predictions today.
Richard, Brandon, thank you so much. Look at that smug face of Richard Buckley. That is it. I'm never going against him again. I'm going to let him make every single prediction, Mike, and I'm just going to go with whatever he says. Plus, I love with what he said, goals galore down under.
I've got you covered. Don't even worry about it, Kyle. We did an event last year, and Rich went 1 for 12. So don't even worry about it. It's all just luck of the draw. Today's one of those days that he should buy a lottery ticket or something. This is one of those days. We hop on FIFA, play some matches, whatever it might be. Good things are happening for Richard as we review the first leg. And I can't believe how many goals we had. I mean, it was definitely a tale of two legs. And Jamie started out looking like Jamie. Scored early, scored often, layoff, rebound, pretty simple goals. But more importantly, they were goals that we know go in FIFA 20. In terms of the build-up, the locations on the virtual pitch, just types of opportunities and scenarios that we see frequently at the competitive level.
Now, Jake, that first leg, as we're seeing right here, there was 4 goals up to the 80th minute, and then Dylan went ahead, and you can see how much it meant to him scoring that goal right there. And do you think that just filled him with that confidence he needed to go on and continue?
100%. Getting that late goal there, we all thought it was going to be 3-3 tied up going into that final leg. And then Dylan breaks through, makes it 4-3, and then it just propelled him from there. I find this to be an interesting stat in this one. Out of the 7 goals that Dylan scored in this one, he scored with a different player for every single goal. I think that's something that we very rarely see. Usually we see players just feeding it to R9. Here's that last minute goal here, scored in leg 1 right as extra time was about to expire right there. And you can see the passion. His reactions have been unmatched today. Maybe not as good reactions as we saw from Jazz yesterday, but you can tell the passion Dylan is playing with today, and you got to feel for FUTWIZ Jamie. I mean, you could just tell the look on his face towards the end of this game, how much it meant to him. His competitive season, FIFA 20, is coming to an end, and it just wasn't his day.
Now, Mike, this second leg right here, it took until the 58th minute for us to see that first goal, and then it got until the 72nd minute for us to see that second. It was an interesting one because that first half of that second leg, it could have gone either way, and as Richard Buckley said, whoever got that first goal was going to go on to win it.
Yeah, it was one of those situations where they were in a war and it was the battle for the opening goal. And that happens often in FIFA. You're trying to outthink each other. It gets a little more cagey. It's very tense, methodical with the build-up. And they were trying to force the other player into making a mistake because it was just so monumental to the series. If Jamie scores, then he's drawn all even, but he also has his confidence being refueled. If Dylan goes ahead, he doubles his lead. And we saw what happened. Once he got that goal, the floodgates were open.
They definitely were, and I'm going to repeat what Richard Buckley said. He gives us those gems every single tournament. Goals galore, down, under. Now, Jake, I've got to say, DW Dylan, he's going to be going into this decider match against Honey Badger full of confidence, and we saw what happened with when he played against A. Nizar, and now these are going to be two guys who are going up against each other, and they just have to go for it, because if not, that's the end of their FIFA 20 competitive season.
100%. And we've seen what happened with Nizar after he picked up that win against Dylan. It propelled him to take down Honey Badger. Let's see if Dylan can't do the same right here. He's got some momentum, 7 goals being picked up, and Honey Badger's coming off a game where he didn't put the ball in the back of the net at all. And we'll see what happens in the next one. It promises to be a good match, though.
Yes, it will indeed. We can welcome DW Dylan to our stream right here. Dylan, what a performance from you. What a second leg from you as well. How are you feeling now? Surely it's full of confidence.
Yeah, I mean, definitely full of confidence now. Like, my first game against A. Neza, the mistakes are all mine. Like, I should have won the game. But, you know, all the mistakes are mine, and I own that loss. So I knew coming into this game, I had to be confident in my own game. And I just went all out, just scored as many goals as I could, and that's the approach I took.
Now, it did feel like in that second leg right there, it took till the 58th minute, as we said. Mike explained it as it was like you were going to war. Who was going to get that first goal right there? Tactically, what were you doing to ensure that you were defending well, but also attacking, and you could still get that first goal and make sure you go on to win?
I mean, to be honest, Jamie was all over me that first half in the second leg. And I've got a coach in my ear, and he's helping me. He's telling me I'm playing too fast. I need to slow it down, just take my time here, stay calm. Because I could feel the goal coming from Jamie, and just to have that break at halftime, it was crucial for me. And I mean, getting that first goal in the second leg, that was huge, because ultimately that decided the game, in my opinion.
Now, Jake, you came up with an excellent stat before about all of Dylan's goals. Have you got any more for him?
Yeah, I'm just wondering what's your strategy with scoring 7 different goal scorers, 7 goals in that game. I'm guessing you're just not looking to feed one player. A lot of people say they're just looking to find R9 open in the box and get him the ball. What's your strategy there?
To be honest, I don't really have a strategy. Just pass the ball, get into open play. I mean, I try to score, like, I get trying to create 100% chances. If not 100%, like as high, close enough to 100 as I can. So it doesn't really matter who the player is. As long as it's a good chance, I'm going to shoot with them.
And Dylan, it's uncommon in FIFA 20, but we see you utilizing the time finishing, especially with power shots, first time shots. Is that something that you've always had in your arsenal this year? Did you add it in? Did you keep it? Did you have it leave you for a little, I guess, a portion of the year? Because I've noticed with competitive players, it's kind of been a topic where it's hot and cold. Some people are absolutely not, or only on certain types of finishes. But we've been seeing you utilize it in your gameplay every single match.
I mean, it's not something that I subconsciously do. Like, when I'm playing the game, I'm not trying to time finish. It's just like muscle memory at this point. It sort of started in the second match day of the E-League Australia. Like, I was playing a warm-up game that day. I played one practice game, and I was just greening every single shot before then. And ever since, it just become muscle memory sort of. Like, I don't try to go out and green time shots. It just happens.
Well, hopefully you'll have a few more of those in your next game. You've got the decider match, so we'll give you a bit of time to go and get ready for that. DW Dylan, congratulations. We'll see you in our next game.
Thank you.
Right there, we have it. Another game of FIFA 20 done and dusted, and that means we've still got our decider matchup. Let's have a quick look at how today has been for our Group B. Nizar has gone through. He's won those 2 games for him. And then, as you can see, Honey Badger, DW Dylan, 1 win, 1 loss. And unfortunately, FUTWIZ Jamie is FIFA 20 competitive season is done and dusted. We can see that bracket right there now. Jake, DW Dylan taking on Honey Badger. We've talked about how good today has been so far. And again, there's going to be more fireworks.
There will be. This next game is all about DW Dylan, as you just heard. It's him limiting mistakes, especially in the midfield. When we talked to Honey Badger earlier, he was raving on about team press in the midfield. And we see DW Dylan, when he does speed up his game, he tends to make more mistakes in the midfield. So saying that, this game may favor Honey Badger a bit more, but the way we've seen Dylan put the ball in the back of the net, I wouldn't count him out either.
I am just hoping we get more and more goals galore. And that match is coming up next. Yes, Honey Badger is taking on DW Dylan. So make sure you stick around and we'll see you after this short break.
It's going to be FIFA 20 tournaments every single week. Up in the air and into the back of the net.
With an absolute laser beam to that top left corner. The next PlayStation FIFA superstar.
Neymar!
What a finish from Neymar.
Bosniano is writing himself into the history books. It's the story of dreams.
PlayStation.
If someone asks you what you're made of, don't just tell them, show them. Show them that you're made of proving the doubters wrong. Show them you don't have to raise your fists to beat your enemies. Show them you're stronger when you stand together. And show them, whoever you are, you stand shoulder to shoulder against all forms of prejudice. Because when we show our best side, we don't just play the game, we change it.
The FIFA 20 Summer Cup Series Oceania is presented by PS4 and brought to you in part by Gillette.
Hello and welcome to the FIFA 20 Summer Cup Series Oceania. Yes, we are here. It is day 2. My name is Kyle Walker. I'm joined by Mike LaBelle and also Jake Barford. What a day it has been so far, and it can only get better and better. We've got one more game, yes, the decider match between Honey Badger taking on DW Dillon to see who joins A Nazir to go through to our finals day tomorrow. So make sure you stick around. Now, if the scintillating FIFA isn't enough for you, we've also got some rewards. Yes, we've got our Twitch drops as well to keep you enticed, to keep you here. So it is time to link your EA and Twitch accounts if you haven't done so already, as we have a rare mega pack and a Patrick Vieira 92 rated prime icon moments item for you. Yes, these items will be dropped to certain Twitch viewers with a linked EA and Twitch account, and these drops will take up to 72 hours to appear in your account following the last day of the tournament. Now you can link your account at ea.com/Twitch linking. So what are you waiting for? Go and do that right now. Now, Mike, we've got our decider match. Honey Badger, someone who's been on the scene for a very long time. Well, when I've been here, I've seen him at so many different tournaments. And then DW Dillon as well. They're facing off against each other. And you made a good observation during the break.
Yeah, during the break we were talking, and I'm saying we might be witnessing history. This is the future era of the new talent that's coming from this region. Because if you think about it, on the other end, of course, we had Marco that went through, Greek Freak, who's kind of having a breakthrough. If Dillon were to beat Honey Badger, you then have Dillon and Nazar that have both gone through. These are all new faces. For many of them, this is their first competitive year, true competitive season, and they're very, very young. And it's crazy when we look at the age range of competitive FIFA players, because once you get into your early 20s, 22, 23, you might be considered an old man, yet alone if you're in your mid-20s or later 20s. And it's a lot of the teenagers that are running the show, and they're able to showcase that potential, the way they play the game, their speed of play, the intricacies, the creativity, the dynamic ability to find the space and just really unlock opportunities. And just their offensive approach to playing FIFA.
Now, within this tournament, we've definitely seen that new generation of FIFA players coming through, but we thought we can't forget about the old ones. Oh no, as I said, Honey Badger has been at so many different tournaments. I've seen him around, and we thought we'd catch up with him before the FIFA 20 Summer Cup Series to hear what he had to say.
Hi, I'm Harry Blackmore, aka Honey Badger FIFA, and I play for Tundra Esports, and I'm from New Zealand. Life changed during the pandemic quite a lot. I think everybody was affected. I think we have personal friends who got coronavirus and things, but everyone was at home and very supportive. And New Zealand luckily went into lockdown quite quickly, so we're almost back to normal now. So it's a good sign for us. My expectation for the tournament is to win. I always go in expecting to win, so hopefully I can show up on Wednesday, have a good first couple games, and see where we can go from there. I'm quite a traditional FIFA player, so I'd say my gameplay was relatively quick, and I like to just win the ball back as high as I can and score as many goals as I can. So hopefully I can translate this to the tournament and see if we can push on maybe into the second day. The stresses of playing FIFA obviously are quite high. I mean, playing at home and going to tournaments and events, everything's quite stressful. But I think the best thing is just the exercise outside of FIFA I find is quite useful. I think when I'm at my fittest, I'm often my best at playing FIFA online. So hopefully my fitness at the moment will help with this tournament coming up. I think the best player in the region actually isn't in the tournament. I think it's Marcus Gomes. Who's obviously had a rough time this year. He's been a bit inconsistent, but I think he's made 2 FIWCs, and I think just his pedigree, I think he's probably the best player in the region. I've absolutely loved every moment I've been at Tundra. They've been really supportive, both for my content as well as my playing career. So hopefully this tournament will be a nice end to the season. I know it's been a topsy-turvy year, but hopefully we can just get back to next season, get back to making events and push on from there.
Honey Badger there, talking us through how he's prepped, what he's been up to, how his year has been so far. Now, Mike, Jake, one thing that I found on Twitter, he tweeted, GG's to A Nazir. Honestly, mind is fried after that, having a nap. He's been napping. He's got this game, this decider match coming up. Jake, he's been having a nap. Do you think he'll wake up refreshed and ready to go?
I don't like that. I think Dylan's really confident right now after that win. We just heard him from the interview. Honey Badger's over there sleeping, so I don't know. I think that favors Dylan, but maybe he'll wake up refreshed and ready to go. We'll find out.
We will indeed. Now, we've had a request in from Jake that we don't put him first to do the predictions. No, we hear from Richard and Brandon, Richard especially. So we thought we'd get those guys back quicker than normal. So Richard, Brandon, we'll start with you guys. Richard, everyone wants to know who you're going for this decider match.
Well then, where do we start? I think that Honey Badger is going to take this game. I think he's got... It's do or die, really, for him. He has to win this game to make it through to tomorrow, to really put himself in a good stead moving forward, not only with his performances, but also on the negotiation side of things as well. So I think Honey Badger will take it. I think he's got more to gain and more to lose.
Wow, that are the famous last words from Richard Buckley right there. Brandon, who you going with?
It's whatever that man says. Whatever that man says. We'll go for Honey Badger in this one. Again, I feel like he did have a tough game against Nisa in that winner's sort of side of the bracket. This is a big one now, though. This is you win, you go through, you lose. It's the end of your FIFA 20 season. So I really feel like Honey Badger has got a little bit left in the tank to give in this game.
Mike, a.k.a. Dirty Mike, who are you going for?
Well, we could be clean Mike as well. And I will add this into the equation. Honey Badger's demeanor has always been that I just woke up look. That's always kind of been his thing. But I'm going to go with Honey Badger. I'm going to stay strong to him. I think Dylan's in better form, but I agree with Richard here where he has a lot more to lose and a lot more to gain, and he's going to play off that adrenaline.
Jake, I just need 2 words or possibly 1 from you. Honey Badger or Dylan?
Let me keep it brief. We're either going to see someone go 0-5, possibly me, or Richard go 5-0, because I'm going against the grain. I'm going for Dylan.
Wow, there we have it. I'm going to go Dylan as well, because why not? We'll go against Richard Buckley. Richard, Brandon, it's over to you guys.
Thank you very much, guys. And yeah, here we go. This is an interesting one, Richard. Both players have tasted a defeat and they've tasted a win in the Summer Cup Series. You win this game, you go through to tomorrow, and you guarantee yourself $2,500. We've both backed Honey Badger in this one. But as we said, Dylan has looked unbelievable.
We look at their individual losses. Both players losing to Nazir in this tournament. Dylan lost 5-3. Honey Badger lost 3-0. I'm not going to look too much into that because I think on today's performances, Nazir has been the best player by a little while as well. I think he's been above the rest of the players in this competition. But for Honey Badger, it's all about the start. If you can come out swinging, if you can come out and not concede in the first leg and move it into that second leg, I think he's going to be on top. I think for Dylan, you need to hit him early. Put him against the pressure. Make him come out and attack you. Similar to what Jamie did. I just think Honey Badger defensively a little bit more sound than Jamie.
No, I'd agree with you on that. I feel like Dylan, though, has been able to create a lot more chances across a couple of matches we've been able to see. Honey Badger a little bit more reserved in that sort of side, but he's clinical when he goes forward, Honey Badger. 9 times out of 10, he will find the back of the net. First chance of this game will fall to Dylan. It's Eusebio of an unbelievable piece of dribbling. It's going to fall back to him kindly. And when he gets a sniff in the box, he's always going to be taking that one. It might be fortunate to many FIFA fans out there, but in a game that means so much, you take every single goal you can.
A real tough start for Honey Badger there. He tried to turn out and pass with his defender. Ran straight into Eusebio, who fired it home for Dylan.
Perfect start. You've got to remember, he's just come off the back of a huge win against Jamie. Taking down one of the favourites, 7-3. Highest scoring game we've seen from the Oceania. Summer Cup Series. Chance to bounce back straight away for Honey Badger. Pull it into R9. Get the bounce into your saviour that he was originally looking for. Possession will change hands once again.
Ronaldo down this left-hand side. Trent Alexander-Arnold, the right back of choice for Honey Badger. Just does enough there, does Kevin De Bruyne. In at CDM, we've seen Zambrotta and Trent both used for Dylan. It looks as though Zambrotta who's got the nod in this particular matchup.
There's a position that's changed for him, isn't it? Not just a case of being substituted on in the game, it was two separate changes between two of his games. This is our final game of day 2.
Back post.
Of the Oceania Summer Cup Series. Chance there, but Vieira just doing what Vieira does at the back, it seems. Pushing people off the ball.
So strong, so physical. He's also got the pace as well, Patrick Vieira. A real top-class midfielder and also centre-back.
Here's Honey Badger. Not for so long, though. Mbappe. Caught out by his fellow French teammate, Ferland Mendy at the back. Great tackle. He's undoubtedly sort of been our highest goal scorer in the tournament, has Dylan.
That's 7 against Jamie. And even in a loss to Nazir, still scored 3 goals.
He said online he's got so much more to give. We saw that in the performance against Jamie. He's 1-0 up here as well. Mike hit the nail on the head and said, you know, we're looking at future stars out of this region. Saw that yesterday. Look at the likes of Greek Freak FIFA. Player who's had an unbelievable breakout year. He'll be in action again tomorrow alongside Marco. Chance now to get that equaliser for Honey Badger. Lacroqueta tries to cut back inside, just pushed off the ball, and great composure shown from Kevin De Bruyne.
We've not really seen the attacking sort of philosophy and the attacking prowess that Badger showed in the first game. We've not really seen that throughout the rest of his matches so far. He didn't really get a chance to attack against Nazir. It took him a long time to build up because of how Nazir was defending quite deep and quite compact. I'll be interested to see, can he get those skill moves? Can he get that right stick moving and grooving in this deciding matchup?
Yeah, it was interesting. He said that, didn't he, in the interview when he won his game. Playing a handful of different games, just giving him a better feel of the controller. He said it must be said too that this is exclusively on PlayStation. You've got players coming over from Xbox to jump onto this tournament. It is a slightly different controller. And you've played on that for qualifiers and the last couple of years, changing, coming into a big tournament. You might not think it's much, but honestly, it really can be the difference in some scenarios. That should probably just about do us for the first half in this game. Unless...
No.
That'll be half-time in this one. Dylan does lead Honey Badger by a 1-0. Oh, I'd love to know as well from Dylan after this game, whether he wins or he doesn't. Who's he speaking to? It's clearly some sort of
we said his
live
coach,
call
didn't he?
going on at the moment.
You see him, he's talking quite a lot. Honey Badger on the other side of that. Silent and focused. What would you rather do if you were playing in that scenario? Would you rather have someone on the chat with you, or would you rather be on your own?
It's a tough one, isn't it? I feel like when you get the coach, you've also got that someone to sort of settle you when you need to.
Well, you had a similar situation. You were trying to get gold 1, and you're in your last match, and I came on to chat with you. You said I put you off, so maybe you'd like to be on your own.
The difference with that is I was getting a lot of ideas in my head about how I should be playing.
I was just giving constructive criticism.
This didn't come natural to me. Yeah, I just blame myself. Heard as well, and I've seen it on Twitter. You remember Lenny, the German pro? Really young German pro. Remember that performance he put on at FUT Champions Cup 4?
Yep.
And he's taken down huge names, apparently really good friends of Dylan, and they've both been supporting each other throughout the competitive year. It's what we love to see as well. You know, FIFA esports is only growing at the moment. You've got new names coming in every single year. To shake things up. You have just joined us and you're wondering what the story is so far. We've got one player already in tomorrow's Final Four, obviously partnered alongside Greek Freak FIFA, FUTWIZ Marco, and A Nazar with Western Sydney Wanderers. Those three are already into tomorrow's matchup. So whoever gets this win here will complete the Final Four.
You see Badger here holding the possession, trying to fashion a good opportunity to attack, hull it down the line. Could give him the outball.
Here's Honey Badger. Let's go down to ground for your saviour. Can't get a footing on the ball. Still only a goal to separate the two. Honey Badger's struggled to create so far in this one. Sure, Coach Enzo will be somewhere listening and giving him advice. Honey Badger. Into the play in Furlong Mendy. Now Furlong Mendy's out of position. They play down the other wing instead, where fullback's going to have to just slightly track back. Sabio.
And it's a very similar game to what we've seen previously in the tournament, Brandon, where, can you remember yesterday's deciding match? 2-1 in the end to Greek Freak FIFA against Jazz. This game, because it's got all the marbles on it, because it's got a place in Thursday's final on it, tends to be a lot more tentative, a lot slower, and more tense. Neither player
100%.
wants to make a mistake.
More money on the line and so much at stake. Coming into this game, there really, really is. Let's see some changes now here from Honey Badger. Some late changes in the first leg. It's going to be Neymar that comes on, and I think that'll be the only change for Honey Badger. Oh, sorry, Pele as well.
Yeah, Pele at that right cam. I've been impressed by Pele. I mean, it sounds like a crazy sentence to say, doesn't it? But usually, he's left out in the dark. He's usually left out in the cold, is Pele. Whether it's the prime or now we have the prime icon moments, 99 Pele. But I have been impressed when he's come onto the pitch. I feel as though he's made a difference. He's made a positive change to the attacking prowess.
Can those two changes make a difference for Honey Badger? As you said, he currently leads a couple of goals. It's only way back in this time. ball forward for Cristiano Ronaldo to try and run onto. Virgil van Dijk is across and will head it back to the goalkeeper just about. Marc-Andre ter Stegen again. Any player that's actually used the German shot stopper. Other than that, it's been Alisson or Edwin van der Sar in goal. Seemingly everyone. Chance now for Dylan. Watch the cutback. It's got to be there. Eusebio. Back to Ben Yedder.
Generates so much shot power. Was Ben Yedder. Almost an unusual amount of shot power on that left foot. Smashed into the top left corner.
He's got that down to a T, hasn't he? Every single time, Richard, with Ben Yedder.
Outrageous goal from Wissam Ben Yedder, honestly.
He did say in his interviews that some of the players in his team selection might raise a few eyebrows. I mean, pretty much sort of 85-90% similar to any other pro. However, the small changes that he does make in the game. Lay on into one of those has been Wissam Ben Yedder. Timed it green. Timed it to perfection. Leads by 2-0 with just a couple of in-game minutes left. Perfect first leg. Honey Badger needs to take a couple of minutes out. Jumping into this second leg now. Get on the phone to Coach Enzo if you want to turn this game around. I think we really go down to sort of what didn't happen. We just didn't see enough chances from Honey Badger. It's as simple as that. Did not see enough of him going forward and trying to make chances for Dylan. That's one thing that we've seen from him throughout the whole Summer Cup series, Richard. Just been able to always seemingly to create a chance, find an area on the pitch where you can make something happen. And there's a reason why he's the top sort of highest goal scorer in the Summer Cup series for Oceania.
But he wasn't also able to create chances. It weren't like it wasn't going forward. And we'll see in these highlights here, the majority of the highlights are all Dylan. He was creating the chances and dispatching the majority of the shots that he was having on target. You see Eusebio with that fortunate bounce back there, hitting it past the goalkeeper into the bottom left corner, and a shake of the head from Badger. He knows that was an unfortunate goal to concede. However, the chances that Badger was sort of making didn't really come to anything. Again, unfortunate lock off there when it came to Virgil van Dijk, and timed green from Ben Yedder into that top corner.
See the reaction there from Ali Badger when Ben Yedder did that. I think anyone but Ben Yedder to score goals, and you're not sort of reacting like that. But what a finish from Ben Yedder. He's done it a few times now on the edge of the box, has Dylan. He's got the ball to the man, timed it well, but also timed it green.
That's just something that you just don't see, is it? You don't see green time finishing in FIFA 20. It's quite an anomaly, really. Go back 12 months ago, that was all you were seeing. Green time shots and El Tornado back post crosses. It shows how every single FIFA, the meta completely changes, and you have to learn a different set of skills and a different sort of game plan, really, in terms of the offense. I think defensively, it's been quite similar for a couple of years now. People tending to sit quite deep. Obviously, overall ball side, quite a new thing, and that's been phased out very quickly. But offensively, you have to change every single year. But hey, Dominic Green still scoring goals.
Exactly. That's what you need at the end of the day. Goals win games. 2 goals up to the good is Dylan. If he wins this game, he will join the Final Four tomorrow. Remember, there's a great prize part for grabs. Winner gets $10,000 tomorrow. This game, for winning it alone, guarantees you $2,500. So a lot more on the line than I think everybody thinks. That's the prize pot you can see. $30,000 in total. That's the exact same for South America, for North America, all of the other Summer Cup Series events, which will be taking place over the next couple of weeks. So yeah, guaranteed $1,000 for the likes of Jamie that went out of the tournament and Sarge FIFA yesterday. But there's still a lot more to play for, Richard, tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely. Plenty of opportunities left for the remaining players in the tournament. Both Marco and Nazir have guaranteed themselves $5,000. They've got a guaranteed top 3 finish. The other 2 players, $2,500, and potentially moving up to $5,000 if they were to win the losers bracket final matchup. I'm looking forward to seeing tomorrow. But before we get there, we need to find out if it's going to be Honey Badger or Dylan in our final game here on this live stream.
Yeah, and 2-0 down, isn't it, for Honey Badger? He's got a real mountain to climb in this one. If there's anywhere back for him, the game is loading up right now as we speak. Second leg in front of us here. Is Dylan going to hold on to this lead? Is Ben Yedder going to get back on the score sheet again to make Honey Badger's life hell as it seems at the moment, with that man scoring time green finishes on the edge of the box? Here we go then. Second leg to play. Winner books a place tomorrow. Loser ends their FIFA 20 competitive season. It's a big job. I mean, Honey Badger's probably the perfect fit to fill the job.
Massive task in front of him here, Honey Badger. 2-0 down with 1 leg of FIFA left to play.
Here we go. Dylan in that same kit from left to right in this one. And the Tundra Esports man. And Honey Badger from right to left here. I wonder what Enzo would have been saying to him at half-time. Across the 2 legs. Probably just get at him more.
Try and be a bit more potentially aggressive in the attacking third. Try and be more penetrative in the attacks.
Here's Dylan. Mbappe. Oh, read by Vieira. It's been seemingly able to do throughout this whole Summer Cup Series process for Honey Badger. A really good start to the Summer Series. A 4-0 win against Jamie.
It's been tough though, hasn't it, since then? He lost 3-0 against Nasir and didn't really create a lot, did he? And then this particular matchup against Dylan, a couple of unfortunate errors from his players.
R9. Once again, the errors there
have led to him being 2-0 down.
He's that first goal. Cristiano Ronaldo now back to De Bruyne. Watch that run of R9. But he's Sabio in the box, but he's got to get through Ruud Gullit first. Got to get past the Dutchman at the back.
Easier than it sounds, though. Let's see, an absolute mountain of a man.
It really is, Richard. What a difficult sort of obstacle that seems to sit in everybody's way. And the one thing I'm looking forward to seeing as well is there going to be any differences in teams across different Summer Cup Series events? I mean, yes, sort of 80% of teams, they're all going to be the same. Here and there'll be a few differences. Here's Dylan R9, Cristiano Ronaldo, that's 3-0. And it's gone from a hill to a mountain for Honey Badger.
Very, very nice build-up. Playing through the middle of the pitch. Finding Cristiano Ronaldo, who slotted past the goalkeeper. A very, very good goal from Dylan. And, in all honesty, is this game over right now? Is the ink beginning to settle on Dylan's name in tomorrow's final.
A start to this second leg, and I mean, what just a second half to proceedings today from Dylan. He was 2-0 down against Jamie in his last game, turned that around to win 7 goals to 3. 7 goals to 3 the man scored. And in this one, he's 3-0 up. Turning a lot of heads.
Could be 4.
He's Dylan Campbell. Oh, he's dancing. We'll win a free kick for that. It was R9 who was just having the time of his life, it seemed, in front of goal. 22 yards out. Someone else off the training ground, maybe. Or Hullet going on his own. Hullet on his own, times that green. Recycles back into R9.
Great effort, wasn't it?
Zabio. That's where Honey Badger's got to be careful. He can't lose his head in terms of diving into tackles and pulling players out of position. Otherwise, it's going to be a lot worse.
The thing is, though, you say you can't sort of play more aggressive and dive into tackles. You sort of have to. You're 3-0 down with already a third of this game gone. You have to play aggressive in order to disrupt your opponent's flow, in order to try and steal the ball back. Because if you continue to play a slow, methodical pace, there's no way you're going to be able to score 3 goals.
See Honey Badger there, head in hands moment. Everyone in Dylan's own half, they're going to be difficult to beat, and so you should. You're 3-0 up. You're going to do everything you can to sit on this lead. And as you said, what's great to see as well, Dylan Campbell, he made for Champions Cup #1 this year in Bucharest. He got 0 and 3 right. Wasn't a tournament to remember. Played in the E-League of Western United. Finished 7th there. Chance Eusebio to make it 4. Whatever he's done in the last 4 months away from Global Series events seems to be working. He's 4-0 up in this game. And if he hasn't already, he's making a name for himself. Not just in Oceania, but in the FIFA esports scene.
Headsets off for Honey Badger. Did a little look around his room. And just to contemplate what's gone wrong.
Just against a player that is on fire, Richard. He has looked good. He has looked deadly going forward. And that's honestly been the difference. Half time in this one. Perfect half for Dylan. Really has been.
3 shots. 2 shots on target. 2 goals.
Look at that, 96% passing accuracy to control the game, to score the chances you have, to be 3-0, sorry, not 3-0, 4-0 up on aggregate.
With 56% of the possession as well in your favour. A remarkable first half from this man.
Yeah, Honey Badger probably speaking to Enzo there of what's gone wrong and what can I honestly do. There'll be a few changes on Dylan's side now.
Looks
we
like
can't
he's on.
see.
Is he on the phone, Honey Badger?
He's speaking to someone to say make some sort of change. 3 at the back.
Well, my phone's not ringing. What would you do if you were watching one of the Summer Series events and you saw a pause and then I was just like, sorry, Brandon, I've just got a quick call.
What would you be saying in this moment then?
Mate, just go for it.
On aggregate. You're 4-0 down on aggregate.
This is the last game of FIFA 20 you're going to play competitively. Just attack the game. Why not? Enjoy yourself. Go out with a smile on your face.
A couple of changes being made. He's also got options on the bench as well. Those that do fall at this stage in the tournament will leave with $1,500 to their name. I won't go home empty-handed. Of course, as you said, Richard, it will be the end of your season. This year on FIFA 20. Neymar takes the place of Trent, obviously in a more attacking role. Headset back on for Honey Badger. 45 minutes to perform a miracle. Dylan, more of the same, if anything. 96% passing accuracy. He's had the possession. He's had the chances. He's defended really, really well. Here we go. Neymar. No way through there. Hullet will try and just get possession recycled. Here's Honey Badger. Emperor just all guns blazing now. As many players forward as possible. Looking to put as much pressure as he can for Dylan. He's R9.
If he was to turn this game around, ooh, flashed over the crossbar from Honey Badger. If he was to turn this game around, big if. But that would be honestly remarkable.
Could be 5, Rich. Mbappe. For Dylan into R9. He's dancing in the box. What a tackle from Vieira. Is it straight back though to Dylan? De Bruyne. Is there 5 goals for Dylan in this one? Watch that run from R9. Eusebio in the box.
Back post, potentially? No.
R9. And Van Dijk is there. As he always has been. Another chance, though. One of these has to go in. There it is. There's one. Get the ball. Go again. 30 minutes left.
4-1 down. With 30 minutes left to play. You have no remaining pauses to make changes.
This really is one of those, though. You might look and think, guys, come on, there's no comeback here. But when you concede a goal, it's just a small seed of doubt that goes into your head.
His team press is 3-4-2-1. Attack. Attack, attack for Honey Badger.
The best thing that can happen is Dylan scores a goal. Game done and dusted. Great tackle again at the back from Vieira.
If you do want to force a comeback like this, you have to win those individual battles. Vieira taking the ball off of him there.
I mean, you've got to be absolutely perfect going forward as well. If you're lucky enough to make 4 chances, every single chance has to be perfect. De Bruyne goes down to ground. Referee says get up.
I mean, looked like a free kick to me.
Certainly did, didn't it, from the outside? As long as Dylan can get on that ball, keep possession, keep things ticking. That clock is going to continue to tick down. 4 goals to 1. Is it back to that 4-goal deficit between the two? It will be.
That's getting over. It was the potential inkling of a comeback, but it simply was not to be.
I mean, what a Final Four we have got ahead of tomorrow, Richard. battling out for $10,000. Sort of got a name that's made so much noise in Marco in the last couple of years. You've also got 3 people that have had a breakout year. You've got Greek Freak FIFA, first year he's really been able to compete to the level that he has. He's made a major tournament. That was the second one this year. Didn't play in the E-League, didn't get a club, surprisingly. On top of that, you got A Nazar. Made 2 events this year. Again, first real year of competing for this man to the level that he has. And last but not least, Dylan. Qualified for the first major this year. And still, in the last major this year, is making a name for himself in this tournament.
Dylan has scored 12 goals in his last 2 matches of FIFA. In total today, scored 15 goals in 3 matches. 15.
I don't think he's done just yet either, Richard. Ben Yedder is on the pitch, which means time green finishes could be on the cards. But yeah, definitely the most offensive attacking sort of game plan and style that we've seen after losing his first game, as you said, 5 goals to 3. After extra time. Him and A Nazar have been really impressive today. Ronaldo. That's De Bruyne. Honeybadge just playing until the clock runs down now. He knows there's no way back in this game. And I think the one thing that he has to look at, Richard, and although it's not been sort of top season for him that he would have set for himself and more importantly for Tundra, but the fact he's still in this conversation, the fact he's still in the top 8 for this region, that will give him something.
There's 29 goals scored yesterday, and we thought that were a goal fest. There's currently, as it stands, been 31 scored today in 5 games of FIFA. That's 10 legs.
So many goals. Having time to follow in just a second, but commiserations to Honeybadger. I think certainly had enough. He's oh no, yeah.
See you next FIFA.
Honeybadger's off.
See you FIFA 21.
And there goes the full-time whistle. Dylan does enough to make it into tomorrow. GG's. I think everybody watching at home, he does enough to make it a top 4 finish, $2,500 guaranteed. And what a name he is making for himself in this region, Richard. A massive performance from him. And he's been the player that's been scoring all the goals. He said 31 goals have been scored. He's been scoring half of them.
Yeah, absolutely. And unfortunately, Brandon, all good things must come to an end. Not only is today's broadcast, that was the final game, but the unbeaten streak of predictions does come to an end.
Ooh.
4-1 for today. But that's all from me and Brandon for today. For the final time, let's head over back to Kyle, Mike, and Jake.
Richard and Brandon, thank you so much. Oh, Richard, you were so close. I don't need those lottery numbers tonight anymore. Don't bother replying to my text. I don't need them. Mike LaBelle, what do you make of that? DW Dylan making his way through to finals day tomorrow. What a performance yet again.
It's simple. He was just better, especially offensively. When you're looking at having these moments that are full of genius and some of the interactions and the overlapping runs, the layoffs, the extra skill moves, just the reading and reacting, which is so important at the competitive level. And he gets started immediately in the first leg. And that allows him to set the tempo. It allows A bit unlucky there, you could say, from Honey Badger, but it basically puts him in a position where he's commanding what's happening, when it's happening. He's driving the brand new ride, whatever he picked up, or he's got the boat, he's commanding the ship. And to add some insult into injury right at the end, another kind of unforced error from Honey Badger, makes the most of it. You see that green time finish, top corner, the best corner, 5-star weak foot. Ben Yedder being Ben Yedder. I call it Ben Yedderisms at this point. We've seen him just put on a show in FIFA. He's terrifying. I tweet Ben Yedder every single weekend, at least during some of the early months, because he was kicking my butt. Oof.
Now, at what point do we look at this and we say 3-0 up to Dylan right there, Jake? And Honey Badger's struggling. He can't really get a hold of the game. Dylan's not letting him. And it feels like Dylan was just in control the entire time.
He was, and even when Honey Badger started to make a bit of a comeback, made it 4-1 there towards the end, it was all really in Dylan's hand, wasn't it? I mean, there was no coming back from Honey Badger. I think Dylan owes a lot of credit to his coach who's been talking to him. We even saw him during the middle of the game and, talking through his mic to his coach. And that first game, we saw him make a few mistakes, and he was able to turn it around and play 2 phenomenal games to end the day. And he'll be facing Greek Freak tomorrow. That is going to be a good one for sure.
It definitely will be. Now, Mike, we talked about the new generation of FIFA players, especially from this region coming through, which we're seeing in this tournament. We're giving them an opportunity to show the world what they're capable of. And DW Dylan has taken that opportunity with both hands. He's running away with it. He really wants to prove that he is up there with the best of the best.
Correct. I feel like you made a statement. You didn't ask me a question, but I definitely feel that we're in this transition period here. I brought it up earlier in the live stream where I was saying if Dylan gets through, 3 out of 4 are competitors that are relatively new, and they're all young, motivated, dedicated. They're hungry for results.
Now let's talk to Dylan. Why not? He's here. He's in the stream a little bit earlier than I thought he would be. So let's get him straight in because Dylan, I said that you've got this opportunity. You're running away with it. You've got a massive smile on your face. We saw that throughout both of those legs right there. How are you feeling? Put into words, what is your sensations in your body right now?
Honestly, I don't even know how to put into words. Like, I lost the first game and I knew the mistakes were my fault. So I wanted to come out and prove myself again because, like, I know how much I have to offer. For me, it's all about the mental side. Like, that's something I've really struggled with this year, which is why I actually had a coach in my ear. Shout out to Lenny, young guy, German guy. He helped me a lot. He was the guy who called to put Ben Yedder on the bench. And obviously that was a huge call from him.
Now, we saw the way you were celebrating throughout the game. We saw the little celebration during it as well. Do you think we'll see some more of that tomorrow, hopefully?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, like, I'm just trying to enjoy playing, to be honest. I could drop back, everyone behind the ball, like, not play attacking, but I want to score goals, have fun, and put on a show.
Now, Jake, you must have questions for DW Dylan after that performance.
Yeah, man, phenomenal game. Congratulations. It's going to be fun to watch you play tomorrow. I have a question about your new esport team, Direwolves. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I did see you tweet out the first competitive FIFA tournament for them. Not just you, but I believe the whole organization in general. Is that right? And if so, what would it mean to win this tournament for them?
Yeah, that's right. So obviously, my old organization, N8 Esports, they were just acquired by the Direwolves recently. And Direwolves, they're a huge Australian team in League of Legends, especially. So they've just entered into the FIFA scene, and honestly, like, just getting far in this tournament would be such a huge achievement for both me and the team, and that's what I'm going for. Like, I tweeted out earlier in the week that my goal is just to start off strong for the organization.
Well, first off, congrats. You've definitely started off strong for the organization, especially having to do it the hardest method or hardest route, so to speak, because you had to go through the losers bracket. You've now pushed forward. And we've been talking about it a lot. I don't know if you hear some of our conversations in the backdrop. And I just want to know your take, because we kind of have the old guard and now their new guard transition period, maybe, of young talent in your region. Because if you're looking at some of the players that have been around and established with Gomes or Honey Badger, Marco, who's definitely still in it, even Jamie, Jazz, do you feel that there's now a second group of guys that are young, they're hungry, yourself included as well, because there's not that many places, so there have to be losers for there to be new winners, is what I'm basically kind of bringing up. How do you feel about that? Do you think we're on point with that? It's just been a discussion topic that's been happening all stream.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. There's like the Australian FIFA scene in general. It's getting really big and really competitive, which is good to see. There's like a huge wave of young players coming through. So obviously there's myself. There's like a few others: Dylan Gomes, Mike J. There's a few others as well. Like, it's really good to see, and obviously there's still those big guys coming, like staying around the scene, which is good. But yeah, all of us, I could say, definitely for me, like, we all look up to those top guys like Marcus, who have been doing it for so long now, and that's the dream for us young guys.
DW Dylan, thank you so much for joining us. Congratulations, you make it through to that final day tomorrow. Enjoy. Yeah, we'll see you tomorrow. I'm sure it's quite late there, so yeah, make sure you rest up.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
So there we have it. Day 1 and day 2 are complete of the FIFA 20 Summer Cup Series Oceania. We've got our 4 competitors going through to tomorrow. Yes, we've got FUTWIZ Marco, we've got Greek Freak, both from Group A, and then today we saw A Nizar and also DW Dylan making their way through to that finals day. And I am so ready and excited for it. But let's have a look back at some of the exciting things that have happened today as we have our precision play of the day presented by Gillette.
That's right, Kyle. And we are going to revisit Nizar, who deserves a lot of credit today, the only player that went undefeated, and just the importance of kind of doing the unexpected. And you have to have a competitive mindset. When you're competing at the highest level, you have to have different ways of being creative. And in this freeze frame, the space is in front of them. But you need to bait your opposition. You have to bait that defender into going for a tackle, a challenge, being mispositioned, maybe a slide tackle, something along those lines. So it's all about using that space that's open and then taking advantage of that open space, and you could change direction. That's what you can see here with R9. Changes direction on multiple occasions because it's so difficult to get by Virgil van Dijk, but he's able to achieve that space. He's able to unlock that space. He's able to score that goal because of those quick turns and being able to react and making sure that he takes those extra initiatives and really taking what the game gives him. And it's just a beautiful thing. It's so hard to beat some of the top center backs and top defenders or even midfielders when they're chasing back in FIFA 20, and you've got to look for any of those little openings.
That is very, very true. A Nazir joins our final day tomorrow. Yes, FUTWIZ Marco himself, Greek Freak, and DW Dylan will all be taking each other on. And Jake, what a day it's been today. But let's recap. Let's have a look at yesterday as we have a look at our Group A final standings. What for me stood out yesterday was actually how FUTWIZ Marco, we talked about him, and that would have added pressure to him, Jake, but there he is. He went through with ease. He was enjoying that pina colada, as Mike brought up yesterday.
Cool, calm, and collected from FUTWIZ Marco. And one thing I want to take into account, yesterday, I feel like it was pretty straightforward. No real surprises, whereas today, it was full of surprises, full of phenomenal games. We thought FUTWIZ Jamie was going to be the man that would, get through. We wanted that FUTWIZ derby. Instead, he goes out with 2 losses. That unpredictability here from Group B. Sorry, as we're talking about Group A, though. Yeah, FUTWIZ Marco, I think, still the favorite going into tomorrow.
Now let's talk Group B. Mike LaBelle, talk me through it. Any surprises there for you, or A Nizar, did he just stand out?
Completely surprised. I'll just build off of what Jake was saying. The 2 household names, 2 of them more successful players from this region, especially with Honey Badger being a eWorld Cup finalist, and then Jamie, highest ranked competitor in this Summer Cup, and he's not even going to get out of Group B, yet alone win a game. He went 0-2. I don't think anybody would have predicted that, but congrats to Nizar, congrats to Dylan. They deserve it. I wouldn't want to face either of them going in tomorrow, especially Dylan, actually, because I just feel like he's growing into this tournament. As you can see how self-assured, you can see whatever's working with the coaching, the changes that they're making, the adjustments. He just looks better and better and better, and offensively, he's so gifted and talented.
Now, Richard Buckley said before we had goals galore down under, and that was certainly true. And it was difficult, but we've managed to pick our top 5 goals of the day.
Chance now for Honey Badger. Back to goal R9, an Elastico from him, a drag back, it's R9! Oh!
Come on.
That is absolutely beautiful.
Class finish from R9 right there. Beautiful play on the edge of the box. Drag back into that left-footed strike.
Hussein Azar, one of his first chances in this game. Had a really interesting FUT Champions Cup, believe it or not, Richard. He actually went 2-3 in the Swiss, was in round 5. Chance, goal! That's the first chance he's had. That's the first shot he's had at goal. That final pass, Neymar, R9, Neymar, back again, R9!
92nd minute, goal.
Last attack off the half, it will fall to Jamie. Already scored a goal of R9, looking to add a second to his tally. Cristiano Ronaldo down the byline, cuts it inside, great save. It's a routine of a goal, but Jamie doesn't care.
It's a very, very entertaining game.
De Bruyne, fake shot, half a drag back, right foot finesse, back inside, I tell you what, take a bow. That's absolutely fantastic.
To echo the words of Brandon Smith, absolutely fantastic. Yes, all of those goals were. Today has been, yesterday was fantastic as well. And that means on day 3, we have our 4 final competitors. Let's have a quick look at those who will be facing off against each other. How tomorrow looks, as we can see, FUTWIZ Marco taking on a Nazir. And then we also have Greek Freak taking on DW Dylan. They will be going forward into that final day, and it's extremely exciting because I don't know about you guys, Jake, Mike, I don't have a clue what's going to happen. I don't know who's going to win this tournament.
No, I mean, it's going to be very hard to predict these results as we saw today. I'm looking at that bottom matchup, Greek Freak against Dylan, 2 very young players. That's the one I think I'm most looking forward to tomorrow.
Mike, how about yourself? Can you look into your crystal ball? I mean, you've not gone really well today, but come on, let us know. What are you thinking?
Well, we have 3 players that are looking to tell a brand new story because they haven't had any of those major success stories yet attached to their catalog. And then you have Marco, and being an old man like I am myself, he's been in the community for a long time. I remember meeting Marco in 2017 when we had the introduction of the Weekend League and FUT Champs era, and really the true competitive ecosystem being built out. So I've kind of want to root for Marco to kind of come through and take care of business, but that's the difference right there. We have one guy that's already had tons of success, not only in his region, but also in traveling internationally. And you have the other 3 guys, it's who's going to be the next, I guess, new player that's now able to say, I got a claim. I've won something. I've won something major right now, and I can take that into FIFA 21. And it's great for teams when you're going to different organizations and you're really trying to look for maybe signing or working out some sort of deal. You can say, hey, I have a champion's pedigree. Look what I've accomplished.
Now, all I know is day 3 is set to be an absolute corker, I'd say, right here. Yes, it's going to be a good one. I cannot wait for that. But let's have a quick look at some of our predictions from day 2, because we've all been given them. We know that Richard Buckley, he's been quite good, but I think it's time to find out who our prediction master, our prediction king was. Oh, there he is. Now we can see Richard Buckley looking very smart right there, looking very serious. I wish that we had our prediction joker, because I think that would be Mike LaBelle. They wouldn't be kings that we see all around him. It would be joker cards. But let's give props to Richard Buckley right now. Guys, can we beat him tomorrow? Jake, can we see you being the prediction king tomorrow?
I need to. I think, Mike, what were you? I was 1-4.
I wasn't great on this. 2 and 3 maybe. It wasn't a strong day for predictions. I started off hot, and then I started going my heart over my head. I was taking a lot of the older guys, but they weren't really informed the same way. Can we just talk about how Richard in that picture, by the way, has no facial hair, but then has a neck stubble? Did you see that? He's growing like a little facial hair here, but nothing up top. Just, I got to throw some shots at him because he's winning right now. That's how that kind of works. Like, you're doing really well, so we got to bring you back down.
He's got more than me, so I'm not even going to throw any shots at him because I can't grow any. Anyway, let's look ahead to day 3. Let's have a look at that finals day. This is our schedule. This is what it looks like in the FIFA 20 Summer Cup Series Oceania. Final day. Our pre-show starts at 10 a.m. Central European Summer Time. Then we have FUTWIZ Marco taking on A Nazir, followed by Greek Freak taking on DW Dylan. Then our losers final, and then our grand final, followed by a post-show where I'm sure we'll get to talk to our overall winner. Guys, it's been absolutely brilliant working with you once again. Day 2 done and dusted. You guys are only starting your day. We're halfway through it here in Manchester. You can go and enjoy it.
I'm gonna go get a pair of glasses just because because I have so much age, I can't see the screen anymore. Right? That's gonna be the running thing. Tomorrow I'm coming in shades.
Wow. Well, Mike is taking that one to heart. We'll be back tomorrow to have lots of fun, lots of games as well. Join us for day 3 of the FIFA 20 Summer Cup Series Oceania. We'll see you there. Have a good day.